Hello, traders. Hello, Howard. How are you today?
All good, all good. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. The
Perfect.
market is beautiful in a bullish bearish mode, uh, and there is a storm in my country right now. So
Yeah, not
every
not a, not a metaphorical storm like in the market.
yes, yes, everything is correlated. Yes.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
oh yeah.
so can I start a little bit just introduction for today,
Go for it.
and I will share my screen. So okay, so today um, we didn't have a lot of events. We had excellent retail sales data for British pound dollar and mixed retail sales for CAD. However, the today sessions in all markets are correlated with a weak US dollar, and I think that this is the main characteristic of this day. The S&P 500 is just around 0% up or down, nothing clear. Of course, we are waiting for the US Open, while US dollar index is around 0.5% down. And just in the beginning, I will start to share you first my trades, to give a comment about my trades, and then I will give a little bit interaction about all this stuff that we got. So I'm starting first with my trades. You see my account. So I had a free trades. Actually, one is just closed. It's a buy British pound dollar order. So as you know, yesterday I purchased British pound dollar at level 1.34 and I made around more than 120 pips.
Nice.
So it was a really good trade. And I had still one buy order. I purchased euro dollar at 112.82. So I'm right now more than 50 pips in profit, and I have a long-term trade US dollar Japanese yen. So these are my trades. For today, I will never enter new trades because it's a Friday. There is always chance that after this US session open that we have either retrace, either some boring movement, either something. One of the rules that I repeat myself very often is that never buy Friday's high, never sell Friday's low, because always something happened, even the Monday's Asia session or something that. So it's not smart to do that. You can find a good level to enter into buy order, sell order, but the highest price is never the good price to enter into the market. Now I will start to talk about the trade from the yesterday, the whole setup that we had and why I entered that. And I will show you the most beautiful thing that I like in trading, and it's actually related to the relative strength index indicator. So right now I will show you my US dollar index chart. So I will just show a little bit like this. So on the chart, you can see the blue line. It's the blue horizontal line represents 100 level, psychological level for US dollar index. And yesterday I noticed one beautiful move for US dollar index, corrective move on 30-minute chart. As you can see, we had 1, 2, 3, and on the fourth dot, we broke the market. And most beautiful thing was that happened just in the last 2 hours of the US session, which is usually for me the A setup. And I will just give you a little bit introduction about intraday setup. So sometimes when we break the highest high, or we have very strong bullish trend or very strong bearish trend, I like to be bullish or I like to be bearish. I want to follow that trend. However, the best thing that can happen when we reach the new high is a strong pullback. And we got it. So US dollar index, after several days of the declining, made one beautiful push upside starting from the May 21 and finished just last evening. And what it's beautiful here is, if you watch this relative strength index indicator, it's around 45 degrees. So it's a beautiful angle for trading, for trend lines, for everything. And when you break that trend line, you have a pretty good space for your trend that you want to catch. And of course, I wanted to see the weak US dollar, and I wanted to check buy orders for British pound dollar and euro dollar. And now is the most beautiful thing. I just want to check. This is the chart for the euro dollar. And this is the trend line that I wrote yesterday during the session. And look what is the most beautiful here and why this is my A setup. So my overall look is bullish for euro dollar. On 4-hour chart, on daily chart, I'm bullish. But I like to see this, a beautiful pullback here. But it's not only 45 degrees. The most beautiful thing related to this push is this. We retested this trend line a lot of times. Look this. 1 dots, 2 dots, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and on 9 we broke it.
Yeah, so that's a solid line.
it's a beautiful, because I know when you have that solid line, trend line, with so many dots and retesting moments, when you break that, it just go straight in the opposite direction. Beautiful. And as you can see, we started to go up around 1.1270. I was already in the trade when we broke this relative strength index trend line. And after that, I'm bullish. And this is the most beautiful thing. And this trade, I think, is a setup for me, because all triggers are on my side. I respect the overall bullish trend. I respect the momentum. I respect the relative strength index trend line. I have a healthy pullback after that. I even checked the volume, which was very, very good. It was steady. And everything was really, really beautiful for this trade. And this is the moment when I enter into trade, I feel so big confidence, because I know that I have all triggers on my side. Even if I lose that trade, it's not important, because I feel a strong confidence then. And that's happened, actually. The most beautiful thing, in the same time, I will just show you the British pound dollar. And the British pound dollar, as you can see, while euro dollar was pretty down, British pound dollar was in some kind of the range, and it holds the whole day about 1.34. I had the luck to purchase this asset on the lowest low during the euro session, and I just, as you can see, this is the moment when we went a little bit down, a little bit below 1.34, and then whole day we were about 1.34, which was another proof that I'm on the good side, because majority of currencies against the US dollar, they were a little bit bearish, but they hold their price. That momentum was not decreased. We had a hunch about the move, and really,
the pound was kind of leading, was ready to go first, I think.
Yes, it was, but the euro dollar in that moment, that risk reward ratio was better. But now when I see after this push, we had a 100 pips push for British pound dollar, which was really, really beautiful. And this is the something that there you cannot make mistake. You can buy euro dollar, you can buy British pound dollar, you can buy whatever you want. The market is on your side. And what I like is that whole Asia session, whole European session, the both sessions were bullish for euro dollar and British pound dollar, and we didn't have some big pullbacks. We just went straight upside, which was really, really beautiful for me. And this is the definition of my A setup, when everything aligns, really everything aligns. And I hope the bad thing is that we can have 1, 2, 3 setups for 1 month the most. You cannot have these situations too often. But when you see that, you need to use that in your advantage. So this was my trade. And of course, I will just show you US dollar, Japanese yen, but I'm showing that on the weekly chart because this is my long-term trade. I'm several days in the sell position. As you can see, we are now reaching the new lows. But as you remember how we already analyzed last week this chart, we really have ability here to break this low that we have. I will just show that on the chart. It is this is that low. We had 1, 2, 3 retesting opportunities in last 1 year, but this time we really, I think, if this push is strong, we have ability to go more down and then really to see how US dollar, Japanese yen decline. What I like here, not just that US dollar is weak, I like that yen can be stronger and stronger just because of the future interest rate increase and increasing the inflation. So I really like when I think about Japanese market. I know that last decades the Japanese stock market is boring. There's no movements. There's no like in US where indices every single year is going up and up and up. It's a different market. And I hope that Japanese market will look like in 20th century, like US market today, that we will have a interest rate that is similar as to other countries in this world, and that we will have a stock market with rising stocks, change the whole picture from the last 2 decades. Because I think that for people who are investors, they like to invest in indices, but they want to see that indices during the year going higher and higher. And I hope that we will see that in the Japanese market in next years. And I think that this moment is something that will push the market again in the time of the glory. so this is something that I watch. Of course, everything can change. Maybe there will be some reaction here. Maybe we will not go there. Maybe US dollar will start to increase again. So it's very hard to predict the market. But I like the moment of trade where I am right now. And another thing that we are watching and that I'm watching, I don't like to trade that, but it's a Bitcoin. The interesting thing related to the Bitcoin is that we had, I think yesterday, the highest point of the market, and now there is a lot of things that can happen here, but I think that Fibonacci retracement can give some kind of the idea of some pullback, which will be excellent. I think that this level of 98.270, which is 38.2%, can be nice level to enter long again. But Bitcoin market is different than other markets. It's a lot of correlated with the stock market, with a lot of things. But I think when we have new highs, the pullback is always healthy and in good, so traders can enter into buy trade again. And we will see what will happen here. For all traders that watch this session right now from the Holoprime, you have Holoprime X, you have a Paul who is expert in cryptos, so you can watch his channel and watch his charts, which are really very professional and analyzed to the very deeply levels. So this is the advice for all traders that right now watch this session.
Yeah, and he focuses not just on the majors like Bitcoin and Ethereum, but many of the other ones. So some really good coverage there.
Yes, I like, because he watch altcoin market, he watch multiple charts, even watch the stocks and all price levels, and he's very picky when he needs to create a trade, which is really great for the great traders. And I think that a lot of traders can learn from him, especially if they trade Bitcoin. So it's good when some channels cover this way of the investment, like crypto market, because it's not so common that we can see that on a YouTube channels, on prop companies, etc. And I think that this market is interesting because it's not yet efficiency market. So big institutions are not there yet completely, and there is a room for a better P&L. So I think that you can exploit that watching the poll. So this is it. This is my charts for introduction today, but later we will talk more about that. So I will just remove my chart, and I just want to hear what is your impression about market, Howard.
Yeah. So so I think this time last week we were sitting there looking at the weeklies and the long upper shadow on the weekly candlestick for these dollar pairs and dollar index as well. Let me just go through some of these markets then.
Excellent.
And 1 second. Okay, so we'll start off with euro dollar. Just a quick run through, just to continue what we were talking about. Can you see the screen, guys? All good?
Yes, everything is fine.
Perfect. Okay, so big picture obviously is a dollar downtrend, a euro uptrend on this particular chart. So we've had a major low back in 2022, first wave up, a correction, wave 2 down there, and since January we are rallying in, I think, wave 3. So more shorter term, more recent action, we saw that kind of weekly reversal candlestick a few weeks ago, and that kind of gave the top for the market for a few weeks. So down, slowly down. And then last week we got that push down, but a close in the top end of the range. So that for me was most likely the bottom of the correction. And I was looking, we were talking about it this time last week, that we're looking for this week, the break of last week's high to give the trigger for the next big push higher. And we've seen that this week so far. So the break of 112.65 has given us the confirmed low for me, and we should be heading up to take out this swing high, 115.73. So very dollar negative for me. Nice to see the euro break above last week's high and head higher. Onto cable, sterling dollar. So, and I'll just quickly go through the big picture, and then I'll come down to the trades that I've been doing very recently. So same kind of idea on sterling dollar cable, as it's known. Base in late 2022, first wave up, A, B, C wave correction for wave 2, and from this low, we are in a wave 3 move, which I think is going to take us much higher. Again, looking at the last kind of few weeks action, so we had that kind of temporary top there, that kind of tweezer top on the candlesticks at the old high. So a natural place for the market to kind of struggle, which is what it did. And then it came back for a couple of weeks. But last week we had that kind of push lower on the weekly candles, but close in the top end of its range. And that usually in a bull market, when the market does that, makes a long lower shadow, closes in the top of its range, it usually tells you that the trend is about to resume. And that's what we were looking at last week. And again, the confirmation came on the break above last week's high, 133.60, and here we are making new highs for a very, very, very long time. So that's doing what it should be doing in that respect. On to dollar yen. So a similar kind of idea there, in that big picture I think is really bearish, in that we had a long bull market from 2011 up to the swing high back in, when was that, last summer, 161.95. Then we got the first leg down, which based at, as Igor says, at the reaction low. So that's where we got that recovery. But the recovery came in three waves, which in if you use Elliott wave, a three-wave move is always against the trend. It's corrective. So we had A, B, and C. So that's a three-wave move, which does not break above the previous high. So once we started breaking down here, it was pretty clear that that was the top of the bear market rally. And since then, obviously, we've come all the way back down to big support. Again, we found support there, just like we did here. Bullish engulfing here, bullish engulfing here. But this time, we've seen 1 to 2.5 weeks to the upside, and then a long upper shadow, which is a bit of a giveaway, I think, in terms of the fact that after that 3-week advance, the buyers are running out of momentum. So that kind of long upper shadow, which we were talking about it last week, obviously, that looked like the end of the rally. And this week, we've got the confirmation on the break below last week's low. So loss of 144.92 has given us the early stages, I think. I totally agree with you, Igor, that this rally is done, and that I think the bears are coming back in, and there's a big chance that we can break through these this big support zone here. So it looks like we're getting the bearish momentum coming through this week so far. In terms of whether it's yen or whether it's dollar related, which one is the leader? Interesting that you were talking about the interest rate environment in Japan is looking good for the yen to go higher, which is interesting because we've got euro yen here struggling at the top of its range. So this is kind of, people are not really willing to sell the yen for too long. So this kind of push lower on the yen, higher on the yen cross, it looks like it's really struggling here. So that for me suggests that dollar yen is going to be the leader of this bear market for the US dollar. Does that make sense technically?
Yes, technically. Excellent.
Cool. Perfect. So that's euro yen, and sterling yen, obviously a similar kind of picture, because those two markets tend to do very similar things. On the weekly chart, whereby we had the major top here, big move down, and then a 3-wave move, ABC here, a bit like dollar yen. And since then we've topped out and we come all the way back down, and we've had a rebound to slightly the top side of the range, but it's struggling. It's struggling on the upside here. So again, an upper shadow on the weekly candlestick in this resistance zone suggests to me that the buying is running out of momentum, and that maybe we're going to start to see some yen strength, some weakness on sterling yen, some weakness on euro yen. So that for me suggests that this move on dollar yen is going to be quite formidable when it gets going, because it won't just be the dollar going down; it will be the yen rising as well, as Igor says. So this is a really good looking chart to me, in terms of we've got a clear downtrend, at least this year so far. We've got a correction against the downtrend, and we started to resume this downtrend. So this could be quite a good one to monitor for that big move down. And later on, I guess I'll come back to some of the other markets. So trade wise, currently for short-term trading wise, I started the day off with a long on euro dollar. Let's just move it in. So a short-term trade, obviously. So what we did with euro dollar was it was really a kind of momentum type trade as we were breaking up this morning. I've got a system which I'll put it on there now. So let me just so stop sharing that. I'll show you what I've got a couple. Today's been a great day for my systems, actually.
Excellent.
Let's just present 1 second. Okay. Okay. Can you see a chart of sterling dollar? Perfect. Okay. So yeah. So system wise, obviously, one of the first ones, obviously, there was euro dollar as well, but this was sterling dollar. So it basically bought as we were approaching yesterday's high. There's a good setup that I use, which identifies the likelihood of a big explosion in volatility. So this one, it didn't have any position yesterday, but today it took a long trade. And I joined it, I think, a little bit late because I woke up. It happened a little bit before I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. and you know what they say: nothing good happens at 4 o'clock in the morning, except today. Except today. So it took the system took a long position in sterling dollar, and I think I came in a little bit later on, around 7 o'clock my time, when I usually come in, and bought sterling dollar. So it took partial profits there at where is it, 34.73, and again partial profits again at 35.07. So, and there's still 1/3 of the position left on that particular system. The trading stops at 134.39. So it's still, I'm going to be holding this one over the weekend by the looks of things. So that was that one. And the other one was on my intraday system on euro dollar. Now this one, it usually goes for like 20 or 30 pips. It's one of these kind of, it's a day trade system that identifies, again, another kind of setup. Can you see a white screen on the chart now, guys?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So yesterday it had a short position. When I was I was waiting for the thing to base out, because I'm bullish, longer term. But the system came in and took a short position, which was interesting, and it grabbed 20 pips into the late session. So that was that. And then today it comes in. The market has had a nice rebound overnight in the Asian session, and then the trigger came in here 10 o'clock in the morning or so European time. And again, it just took that 20 pips or so, just a quick smash and grab. And that was kind of not bad, not quite nice little move for a day trade, really, just like yesterday. And this one, interestingly enough, just to show you the curve going back 10 years or so, it does okay in terms of steady profitability. So I'm always happy just to do this, even if I'm bullish on euro dollar and I get a sell signal. I don't mind taking a sell trade, because it's really a kind of a short. It's really like a smash and grab type trade, if you will. Does that make sense? Is that?
Yes, but just want to ask about the system. What rules do you use for that system to enter in that short trades like 20 pips?
Yeah. So this one, one of the components, what it does, what a lot of my systems, what I tend to do is I approach just before we hit a major level, and I'm looking for that level to break. So for instance, the major level yesterday was the previous day's low. So what the system does, it comes in just before, because obviously, what happens is people put their stops below daily highs and lows. So you can imagine that if you were long, people that bought the market on this day, many of them would be having their stop loss just below the day's low. So what this does, it's a bit of a stop hunter. It's that kind of thing.
Yes.
Where so the market is coming, and this I call it price magnet. It's a bit of a magnetic thing, where as the market gets closer and closer to yesterday's low, then these guys that are long, they're starting to worry. And if the market is kind of drifting lower, there's a strong possibility that they will trigger those stops, boom, like that. And that is the trading opportunity for me. So that happened yesterday, and it happened again today. So it's something different. It's something different that you can use. And it's not really based on typical technical analysis. It's really based on market positioning. Does that make sense?
Yes, understand. For example, you show that trade as a purple line. Am I right?
So the trade, this is the entry yesterday. So that
Okay.
that's going short there, and that blue line means you've closed the position, you've taken profits.
Yes, and I just watched that that moment that you enter into trade was the lowest low of the yesterday, of the day before yesterday. Yes.
Actually, before you get there,
Before,
and the reason I do that is because as you break yesterday's low, you tend to get
okay.
a bit of slip. You tend to get a bit of slippage because there are
Okay.
people with sell stops below. So for me, I like to get in just before it gets there because I know there's two-way action. There are people defending the level.
Yes.
So I'd rather get in here than get in here, because if I get in here, there's going to be some slippage.
Yes.
So I prefer to get in just when people are buying it. There'll be people buying the market here near yesterday's low, defending it. So I like to sell to those people.
Yes. Yes. Understand.
Okay. Yeah. So that's that. So this morning I started off with a couple of good. So long euro dollar, made a quick profit, and long sterling dollar cable, and still have a small position on that one. Later on this afternoon, I went short dollar yen on another one of the systems. This one. So dollar yen is basically the same kind of idea. I sold on the approach to yesterday's low, and I'm still sitting short. So I'll probably be holding that one over the weekend, looking for a continuation of that trend. So yeah, so these are the current positions. So basically long sterling dollar 134.40 and short dollar yen 142.84 kind of thing. So that's really what I've been doing on the systematic side of things. I also have a short position in crude oil. Let me just stop the screen there and present for crude oil. Now I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with the crude oil position, but let's see how we go. So the crude oil position is. So I'm basically, I'm sure I'm a little bit. I think it's close to my entry price. Actually, it's close to my entry price. The rationale on that one was obviously on the big picture, we've got the descending triangle which broke down a few weeks ago. So big move down there and settling below the support level. So big breakdown, a proper breakdown. This one. All these people that are long crude oil above this line, they're losing money. They're underwater. So a few weeks ago, we had that kind of long lower shadow on the weekly candle, and then higher and higher again. But the rally stopped right at this line, typical kind of retest action. So the rebound stopped at the line. There's a lot of people long and wrong this market above the line. And then we saw that big flush out to the downside. Now this one, it based above the trend low. So then we got a rebound. And again, we're starting to see the market struggle in this same area. So the rationale really was I was looking for crude oil to top out below this high, which is what it looks like it's done. So this week, it looks like we're forming a bearish engulfing outside weak pattern, which could be the start of the move down maybe next week. A bit like what we were looking at with the dollar last week. This, I think, is shaping up on crude oil this week, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes.
What do you think? Does that make sense, the whole idea?
Yes, the idea is good, but the crude oil is sometimes so ranging market or sideways, and sometimes it's very difficult to trade.
Oh, I know. It's difficult getting the because sometimes you can get shaken out of your position quite well, and I've had that a few times where I've got the view and the direction has been right, but I've got in at the wrong time and it's come back and stopped me out, and then and sometimes you chase it.
Yes, classic.
But Yeah. So onto the daily, just to get a closer look at what got me. I've basically been selling it for the last couple of days and taking small profits since this rejection here. So 3 days ago we had that kind of push higher, and then again that's the failure at the resistance line, and then it comes all the way back down on the close. So you've got that long upper shadow here, failure against that high, failure against this high. So that for me looks very, very negative. And then obviously we started to break down Wednesday. But now we're kind of struggling a little bit at the support level. So I'm a little bit concerned that maybe if it doesn't break through this level, we could get another push higher. But I'm basically short with a stop above yesterday's high. And I think if we break yesterday's high, then I'm going to get out and then wait for another opportunity, I think. But I'm kind of looking for the clear break below this point, the clear break below this level, and then away we go. We're back down to these lows, I think. So they're the ones that I'm kind of focused on right now. So yeah, back to you, sir. Back to you.
Okay, I can just share one important thing here, related actually what's happened right now in the market, because a lot of people can be a little bit, I guess, tricked, but surprised. And I would just to show what's happened. So if you go, I would just random. This is the Euro Japanese yen. Look, this big bearish candle. Now
Yeah.
I'm going to see okay, we can check the euro dollar. The very similar thing, big bearish candle. Then we can go to the whatever we can go, euro Aussie, for example. Look, this big bearish candle. So what's happened right now, I will just share with you. This is the rumor. So the Donald Trump just 2 hours ago made a tweet. Maybe I should I could tell this in the beginning of this session, but maybe now is a good time, and I will just describe you why. So the Donald Trump, he created one tweet, and the tweet I will just read from the beginning to the end. The European Union, which was formed for the primary purpose of the taking advantage of the United States on trade, has been very difficult to deal with. Their powerful trade barriers, VAT taxes, ridiculous corporate penalties, non-monetary trade barriers, monetary manipulations, unfair and unjust lawsuits against American companies, and more have led to a trade deficit with the US of more than 250 billion a year, a number which is totally unacceptable. Our discussion with them are going nowhere. Therefore, I'm recommending a straight 50% tariff on the European Union starting on June 2025. There is no tariff if the product is built and manufactured in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And this, after this tweet, everywhere that you can see euro is starting to decline.
Yeah.
And it looks really, really, really dangerous, and a lot of people close their trades, etc. But what I want to show is usually this is the something that will not last too long. This is just the rumor. This is just the tweet. This will not change the European economy fundamentally. And maybe we will reach again some low. I don't know what will happen in the market. I cannot predict the market. But I just want to tell people that there's no room for the panic. This is the ordinary thing that Donald Trump doing all the day. And I will show you something that is not correlated to Forex, just to understand where we are going. So he didn't stop. Look this. This is the Apple stock right now in the trading view. What's happened here, after he finished this tweet about European Union, he made another tweet that he wanted all phones built in United States factories. He will not allow to produce the iPhones in China and India or other countries. He wants it to be produced in America. And I will tell you one thing. This is my opinion, but just to figure out what is the level. I cannot say stupidity, but this is the wrong approach, and I will tell you why. And just when you take a little bit bigger picture. So recently I watched a video. I will just give example for Apple. I know this is the Forex channel, but I will give just example for Apple. iPhone, to produce the one iPhone, the price is $10 in China. $10. And you know that this phone is sold for more than $1,000. So the catch is that manufacturing will never change nothing. This $10 is nothing in the price of on the iPhone. So the problem are not factories. The U.S. Companies, they're earning from services, from engineering, from software, from a lot of things. Google, Microsoft, Apple, all that companies, if you figure out it is about that. And this is the very, very wrong approach. And I think that these two tweets will kill a lot of good positions, which is really, really, really dangerous. And I hate that in the market because.
Sorry to interrupt me. I'm just going to putting on a live trade on euro yen, just selling some euro yen because it's rejected from broken support. So I'm just taking a quick intraday trade.
Okay, can I stop my screen? Just you can show your.
Yeah,
because
please.
this is the very important thing. So.
Okay. Does it come through? Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah. So yeah, I'm just take.
Ask, how do you decide to make a sell order?
Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I've literally just sold euro yen here. We've retested the broken support after that big move down. So just taking a small intraday short position. Stop just above 162. Currently at 160, 160, targeting the low. So that's just a very quick intraday trade that I won't be holding overnight, but just maybe we'll get a bit of late selling. So back to you, Igor. Back to you.
I just wanted to talk about this trade actually.
Okay.
Very good strategy. So I see that the moment that you watch that low was as I see the Asia Open. It was the Asia Open, the level that you made a sell order after the retesting, or it was the yesterday low.
So this is kind of the low in Asia. Yeah.
The low
So
in Asia, yeah.
Asian session low, so it goes up, and then we get the news, boom, straight back down, and now we're back up to retest the level. So you can imagine a lot of people that are long above this level. All the buyers today, most of today's buyers are on the wrong side of the market. So this is an opportunity for them to get out. And again, it looks like we're struggling around here. So it's just a short-term intraday short position. Stop just above 162 for now, and we'll see how we go.
And what is your usually plan? Because I think that this trade is generated by tweet, and that can happen anything here. So what is usually your plan for the exit? Do you wait to hit the stop, or sometimes you're ready to exit from the trade earlier? Do you have some system about that?
Yeah, no, this is totally not systematic. This is really just, I mean, if you ignore the fact that it was caused by news, it's a nice technical breakthrough support, a retest of broken support, and the market struggles. So it's really a case of if I take out the fact that it was caused by news, it's really just a short trade joining a kind of a downtrend. Really, that's all it is. So yeah, hopefully we start to break down, and then I'll lower the stop to break even. So we'll watch that one.
And just have a question about this way or this strategy. For example, imagine that we have some important news, inflation report, NFP, something, and we make, for example, strong push upside for some asset, euro dollar, for example, and we touch some new high or something, and then we are going back to retest the previous resistance or something. Do you use this strategy on the economic news when you trade Forex?
Yeah, I don't see why it would be a bad thing as long as you give it enough time, because obviously after a piece of news comes out, things get quite volatile, but eventually things settle down. And once they settle down, then you can get more. Then it's more about technicals, I think.
Yes, yes. Like I see right now, there was a 1 hour or 1 hour and a half that we got from your trade and the news from the Donald Trump. So I think this sell order, enough time retesting on the previous support. Excellent, really excellent trade. So you spotted very good,
Just
Howard. I really
just a short-term opportunity. I mean, sometimes the market they give you these opportunities, because
yes.
and that's really it's nice to have that inside the plan.
Yes, nice. And I hope that we will have 20-30 pips, just the previous low. Is that your target, or you want to wait?
No, I'm happy with I'm happy with the swing low. That would be great if I can get down there.
Yes, beautiful. I think that a lot of traders, they have the similar strategy, trading the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. I think that Richard has the similar strategy, but they're trading every single day during the US opening range, and they just wait for that. So Asia low, ultimate low, or ultimate high, and just wait for that. And when they touch that level, they enter and try to accomplish some scalping opportunity, either 10, 20 pips or something. Usually they hold the trades maybe half hour, not more. And they're very good in that. Yes.
So so let's see how we go.
Excellent. We will monitor that. So, like I said, while talking about this, about the moves that Donald Trump is doing, I'm trying. Sometimes we cannot predict this. So these two tweets for today, there's no chance that anyone on this planet can predict this. So this is so volatile, so crazy, and the worst thing that I just watch right now, even the other assets starting to mimic this move. I see the bearish move for British pound dollar too right now after this news, and I think that everything is correlated with the tweet. So there's no other explanation right now. So
I think that the stock market has done a similar kind of thing. The stock indices.
Yes. So I see 1% decline for the last half hour.
Yeah. The yen. Yeah, it's funny when the stock market is falling out of bed. Usually the Japanese yen goes higher.
Excellent correlation. Do you see that correlation a long time or just a couple years?
I think it's really only really kind of in times of stress. I think when the stock market is really struggling, then there seems to be the yen goes higher. Like a flight to quality.
Yes.
So like today, for example, people immediately they buy yen and they sell the stock market. It's one of those things.
Yes.
And gold has gone as well. Gold has had a good move as well. So gold has gone up, whereas euro dollar has come down a bit. So
yes.
Interesting how sometimes you get that divergence between markets, which you expect would go together.
Yes, and the most beautiful thing is that US dollar is weak, and everything is correlated. So I like this push. So on my chart, I put a VWAP. I'm using that using the futures market usually, but everything is very similar. What I want to share with you is that very often when I trade any asset in futures, for example, and using the VWAP, using this standard indicator, VWAP indicator, we are getting one standard deviation above and below the blue line. And what I figure out very, very often is when we start to go to the upper line of this one standard deviation above the VWAP, usually during the day, we start to accelerate. In one time, we can have two very big candles like we had there. And usually after that, there is some kind of the breakout. And you can see here, for example, this is the May 20, the same thing. We were just started to accelerate. In one moment, we see the engulfing or some big weak candle, and then we went down. So the same thing is here, for example. So always after the big push upside or downside, we see the opposite trade when we reach some kind of climax in that moment. So it's good from technical point of view to use that kind of the strategies sometimes and try to get something or anything there. So this is the something that I wanted to show. The other thing for the traders that trade indices, of course, we have a problem right now with indices. We went down, but the good thing is, from my point of view, when we have this kind of the movement where we are several days in the bearish mode, and then we make a push higher and then again down. The good thing is now that we have a very valuable trend line. So look, this trend line now is very, very, very strong because I put this false breakout here and from the beginning of this trend. So I think that in 1 or 2 days, when we start to break this blue line, trend line, this push can be very high again. Of course, first we need to see again the push upside. So we will see it will be a push upside or more downside. But if we watch a daily chart here, we can see that we were very, very close to the ultimate high. So I think that there is a chance that we can see maybe the new highs in next weeks, and maybe not. So everything depending of the Donald Trump. I think that this push lower today is just because of this tweet.
Yeah.
So I'm just watching right now the Apple stock went down in half hour 2.35%. This is incredible. This is a really, really strong push downside. And in the same time, when we got this push, bad push down for the S&P 500 or index, we got the same thing for Bitcoin. So I will again, just for the traders that don't know, we can always put, for example, some symbol to make correlation, and you can see this. When stock market is going down, Bitcoin is going down. When start to go up, going up. Right now we have a push downside today, and we can see that push. So this is the highly correlated market. But the
looks like divergence on this particular move on Bitcoin. So we got some divergence.
Yes. So I like that because actually yesterday we could feel the market that there is a chance that Bitcoin can start to go down, just because first the stock market start to go down and now Bitcoin. So this is good to exploit for the trading, and it's a good. I think that everything is correlated because so many companies started to adopt blockchain and Bitcoin, and now so many stocks are depending of the Bitcoin, and on the other side, Bitcoin is depending on the stock market, and now it's very correlated, which is good. Which is good for traders. One trigger more we can use for trading. So this is the good stuff. And I just want to show you again the dollar index. So even that we see right now push upside, downside for the euro, we can see that the US dollar index is still down, which is good. And I see that little bit push upside for euro dollar, just to see what's happened. Yes, we are again 2 hours after the tweet starting to go up. So let me see your
that's
trade.
nice. Sorry to interrupt you. That's nice to see when you're kind of bullish and you see the market shake out on a piece of news like that. If the market then goes back up again, then the market is very, very strong because it's shaken off the news.
Yes. I just opened a Euro Japanese yen just because of your trade, just to see are there anything happens here. As we can see, nothing special. It's not yet, but the good thing is when you enter to the Euro Japanese yen, you know that yen is strong. Yen is strong, so it's not only just about euro. It's a yen is strong, so there is a probability that can push downside, even the rest of the market recover after the news. So interesting to watch, actually.
Yeah, and it seems that dollar yen has kind of struggled now. It's looks like it's made its corrective high, 142.90. Seems to be struggling now. So
yes,
we've had a bit of so we had the big move down, a correction higher, and maybe the sellers are coming back in now.
Yes,
we'll see. We can't say for sure.
But the good thing, if we watch, we're below the VWAP whole day. There is a bearish market sentiment for the US dollar Japanese yen last several days, so it's good. It's good for traders. So I hope that we can see something better here. And now, Howard, I think because this is the last day of this week, and we have the next week, maybe we can analyze the charts together and just to give a little bit a hunch about trading strategy in the next week, what we can trade or not. Let me start from the euro dollar, for example. Okay, euro dollar is recovering, going up. What do you think? Which waves we will have for euro dollar in the next week? Do you see a stronger bullish trend or trend with a huge legs?
For me, I'm just going back to those weekly charts, what we were looking at before. I think the fact that if you get the weekly on there, just to
just to see. You're right. To weekly, yes.
Yeah, it looks to me like we are we're about to accelerate higher. That's really what it looks like to me. If you go back, I'm just looking at your chart as a similar kind of move back in. If you could zoom out again.
Yes.
If you go back to those kind of corrections in 2023.
2023, yes.
You see those corrections, that kind of thing. I think that's what we've just done, one of those. And we're starting one of those big moves higher. So I think that's where we are right now. We've made the low, and maybe next week, the week after, we'll start to see a push towards that high that we saw. I know it seems a long way. It does seem a long way away from where we are now. But once this market gets going, it can accelerate.
Yes, beautiful. I'm waiting. My target is 1.1450. Which was the high of the I think last 30 days. So I'm trying to target my order here. There is a lot of room here, but it's only 100 pips if you think a little bit. And the good thing that I like for euro dollar, maybe it's slower than British pound dollar, but what I like, it's more stable. British pound dollar can really be volatile, go 50 60 pips down, then 200 pips up or something. But euro dollar is much stable, much safer when you enter in the good price level. So we will
it
see.
It feels a lot smoother, doesn't it, when you're trading euro dollar? It feels smoother.
Yes. especially when its level is beautiful.
Yeah.
So this is the British pound dollar weekly, where we reached today the highest level, I think, in several years. And this
Yeah.
is the very, very interesting thing for British pound dollar. Now we are on the very strong resistance. For example, this resistance 1.3512, it was the highest high, for example, on the Monday, 24 August 2020, 5 years ago. For example, several times it was the support, several times was a resistance. Now is a resistance for us. How do you see market now? Do you see that this push of British pound dollar will be stronger, or you think it will be like sideways market, then push, sideways market, then push? How do you see right now the market for British pound dollar, Howard?
Yeah. So we had those what we were looking at before, those upper shadows on the weekly candles, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, where
Yes.
it was trying to, yeah, you can see those upper shadows. So that for me, and it was right at the resistance level. So it's a natural place. If this market was going to be like a big top, and it was going to reverse multi-month, I think it would have done it last week. I think last week should have continued, but it didn't. So it just shows to me that the buyers are really in control, and it looks like we're going to do a weekly close above that previous high, the highest weekly close for, as you say, a long time. So I think, like with euro dollar, we're kind of in an acceleration phase. I think this thing could go very quickly, 200, 300 pips.
Beautiful. I would like to see that.
Yeah, no, you got some great positions. Yeah, I'm playing the thing on a very short term basis, but I'm only doing buying, selling dollars. So I'm keeping on the right side of the market.
So I'm exit too, because I don't like to hold a British pound dollar too long, just because of this crazy push up down. It's really sometimes problematic. And but when I make, between the 50 to 100 pips, I'm ready to close the trade, because it's really okay, and wait for some new pullback or something. But we already had a pullback here, so I would like in Monday to try to achieve new high. It will be very interesting. So we will see. We will see that. Now let me see for other pairs. For example, Aussie dollar. This is the weekly chart. Now it looks interesting. In one moment, after these two bearish weekly candles, I thought that it would be down, and now after this, then I again watch this. So it can really go really high here.
Yeah, it's interesting how, because the Aussie dollar and the Kiwi dollar did the same kind of thing as they usually do, but very different from euro dollar and sterling dollar and dollar yen. When those markets were, the dollar was going down against the euro, the pound, and the yen, these markets were going higher very slowly. There wasn't much momentum higher. And then when the bad news come out on the tariffs, the Aussie dollar and the Kiwi dollar collapsed, as you can see on that weekly candlestick. But then the next week, we got that massive engulfing to the upside, a bullish engulfing. And that for me is the bottom of the market. That is a major low. And if you go back a bit, you zoom out, you'll see that comes at a very interesting location.
Yes.
So big support down here for the Australian dollar. So I think a major low is in place. And obviously I'm bearish on the US dollar against most things, but it's nice to see the Australian and the Kiwi dollar join the dollar bear market, whereas before they weren't really interested. But now that I think we're seeing some broad-based dollar weakness, this is a big strong signal for selling dollars.
Yes. And when you said US dollar index, let me analyze that. So this is the weekly push. You know that I monitor this trend line, that this push can go lower up to this trend line. Do you think that this trend line will hold a US dollar index, or you see maybe the bigger push down?
Bigger push, bigger push.
Bigger push.
Yeah. If you zoom out again, just to the low back in 2008. So that is the So the rally from 2008 to 2022. If you look at it, there are lots of overlaps between the highs and lows.
Yes.
So the rally is actually quite choppy, which when you look at Elliott wave, we like to look at the structure, and it's a very choppy rally. It's a corrective rally, and it didn't take out the high from 2002. Was it 2002? The previous high. If you go back even further. So for me, it's a bear market rally. This thing will eventually make new lows, in my opinion.
Yes.
But for me, the real target, the first target, are those two lows back in, what is it, 2018 and 2021? That's the first real.
So you see, yes, you see this.
These ones, that's it.
Yes. 91, yes.
Yeah. Yes. So to answer your question, I think the trend line could go quite easily, but we'll find support down there, temporary support.
Yeah, because there are two important prices from 2021 and 2018. It's a really, and I think it's just to see, it's 61
big level,
0.8 Fibonacci retracement, and if that happens there, do you think that the US dollar can go lower than that, or it will be support?
I think eventually it will, but you can imagine that there'll be a lot of people taking profits if and when it gets down there.
Yes,
it's a natural place to take profits, isn't it? If you were short.
Yes.
So I'd imagine there would be some good attempt at rallying, maybe a good bounce from that level.
Yeah.
But obviously it's a long way to go. We can't really talk about it yet. But I think if and when, I think we're going to go down there. But I think when we get down there, there will be a bounce.
Yes, nice. So when I watch this, I feel that we will go here after a few years. But when I see this, that we were 110, and that we just 2 months went $10 down. Now it's 10% actually. So there, everything can happen here. So we can,
if you go back, just out of interest, if you go back to 2002 and look, you can see a similar kind of top there for the dollar.
Yes.
And I think we're going to do that. I think we're in that kind of phase.
Wow.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at.
If that happens, like I said last week, my salary will be 20% less.
You need to hedge.
Yes. This is the I will need to find some hedge fund to be a trader there. Yes,
let's see really... how are these trades doing. So dollar yen's kind of back down towards the lows. Euro yen is kind of struggling again, making another upper shadow by the looks of things on the short-term charts. Just monitoring that trade that I put on. Let me just share the screen a second.
Yes, of course. I will remove
1 sec
here.
Sure. Let's see. Okay, so this is euro yen first of all. So it's again, it's kind of it did the upper shadow last 30 minutes, and again tried to go higher, and it's rejecting again. So I'm still happy about being short. My stop is just above 162. I think at the end of this candle, I'll lower it to above the high for the swing. So I'm reducing the risk a little bit, because it could just, if it takes the high out, then it could go further. So, but it's a day trade, so I'm not really, I don't want to hold it too long. So we'll see. But with regards to dollar yen, which I'm still short on the system. So dollar yen, obviously it had that. So there's the breakdown in dollar yen, and now corrective bounce, and it looks like we're trying to go back towards the lows. So we'll see what happens there. An old support level here, so broke down through that. But there's a lot of people that are long and wrong today, on the wrong side of the market.
Yeah.
And I think this move surprised a lot of people.
Yes.
But for me, I wasn't expecting the move, but my system went short as the move happened. So it was ready. It was ready to go. So that's the good thing about the system stuff is that you've got a trigger level, and you're ready to go when the market goes.
Yes. Yes. I just want to use this moment just to say hello to James and Robert. So
Hi guys.
about the James, he wrote that I think the market has started to price in Donald Trump unreasonable tweets, and its effect is becoming less and less effective. You will see that after the tweet and sell off, the market has started to recover. I think that he wants to see. Yes, I would like to see that. I would like to see the new highs for euro dollar again, just because I think that this is not good for the market. So someone write a stupid tweet and the whole market crash. For me, it's a really, really bad thing. And imagine a lot of people invest, for example, in Apple or something, and you lose 2% in 15 minutes just because someone someone creates some tweet about some dream, which there's no economic sense. There's no economic sense. So I started just to talk about that with Howard, about the iPhone. $10 production cost is $10. So is that $10 from the that $1,500 so important? So for me, it's ridiculous. So all that companies and Google and Facebook and Apple and all that, it's services, Microsoft services companies that have a software that they're selling the whole world. They're earning a lot of money, and I don't think that if they produce something in some country in Asia or somewhere that can kill American economy. So it's ridiculous. But okay, we are not important for the market in that point of view. So economists should worry about that. So guys, Robert, James, if you have some setup, some idea, or some question for the next week or today, please ask, write in comment. We are here to analyze, to help you, and please, we are here for you. So you can write if you have anything. And now what I can continue actually to talk about other setups for the next week that can be interesting. We covered euro dollar, British pound dollar, Aussie dollar, US dollar index, just some macro level. Now what I want to check, for example, for traders that trade Bitcoin, for example, let me see this chart for the Bitcoin. So we are here really, yes, we are at ultimate high, but we started some kind of the push down, just to show you like this. So we have a bearish divergence in the relative strength index indicator. We are struggling here. There is another push higher here. So I don't know what to say related to the Bitcoin. Maybe only to make a bigger maybe down move to 38% or 50% or something from the April low. Only that can be maybe interesting level for buying again. I don't know.
Yeah, difficult to say, because it could just be one of those little minor corrections that we've seen all the way along.
Yes,
we might come back next week and we're making new highs again. We just don't know.
Yes.
But I guess if you're trading short term, you want to look at the the kind of the shorter term intraday charts and look for a bullish reversal. And then if you think the trend is going to continue.
Yes. I think that just we talk about S&P 500 and Bitcoin, that big correlation with the US index. Then I think that that Bitcoin started to behave like indices, and sometimes even that we spot a bearish divergence on the chart. Technically, we don't see any pullback, just price pushing higher and higher. So usually I don't use a lot of my strategy with relative strength index indicator trend lines when I trade, for example, S&P 500, because for example, you can see here a bearish divergence. I will just show you just to see how that can trick people. So you see the bearish divergence here, and on the chart you see like to the moon here, and then you see the pullback. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was going to say, I know because the RSI and stochastics, they've got artificial barriers, haven't they? Like 100 and 0 kind of thing. But if you look at something that doesn't have an upper zone like momentum or rate of change or something like that, that might be a better oscillator to use.
Yes, but I like to use a relative strength index indicator because it's a little bit faster. Because sometimes I want to enter fast to the lower price if I want to buy, to a higher price if I want to sell, and it's good for that. But like I said, what I like to do is like my example from the yesterday when we got a beautiful 55 degrees like this.
Yeah, fantastic.
Full, fantastic. And then when we break, we have enough room to downside. We have very good risk reward ratio. Everything is beautiful. And and sometimes I need to pick the right asset, and indices, Bitcoin are not good for that because we have more bullish days than bearish days usually. And
maybe it's because before you're looking at the stock market on I think a daily time frame, and then you get that kind of, it just goes in one direction for a long time, and the RSI is not really helping. Whereas on the intraday charts, whatever you're looking at, it's much more choppy. So the RSI maybe is better for intraday than daily kind of thing on some markets.
Yes, of course. So the next thing that we can watch right now is US dollar CAD, because this is the currency we just went really down today. I just wonder, did Donald Trump made some tweet related to the CAD or something? Because sometimes
that's really been.
But what
the CAD has been falling out of bed lately. There's a great triangle pattern at the top, and it just went, didn't it?
Yes, but what I see right now is a strong support here. I not how much strong, but we 1, 2, 3, now 4 times retest this price level here, and we are really oversold, and I don't know what to expect, but maybe we will see at least something upside maybe here. But I would not like to buy US dollar CAD, maybe to sell after that upside push. But this is, for example, for me, this is interesting trend line when we have something like this. This is beautiful, for example, 45 degrees, very, very clear. And if I see the breakout after several days, I will try to catch that trend. But that will not be the A setup, because the overall market structure is bearish for the US dollar CAD. I like when I enter and the whole market structure is already in my favor. And that is the real trade. That is the real trade. This is the little bit contrarian trading, but okay. For me, it's better to buy British pound dollar than to sell US dollar CAD. Because it's a little bit oversold. And for the British pound dollar, I have a room for that, really good room for that. We are not overbought. There is a room. Yes, there is a really room for upside here. So I will watch that closely to see what can be interesting there. So what I watch is euro dollar CAD too. That can be interesting too. But now after this tweet, I know that these bearish candles are correlated with a Donald Trump tweet. This move here. So I don't know. I think that market started to be bearish earlier, just from this point.
I guess the Canadian dollar is generally quite strong, isn't it?
Yes. So something like that.
Bit of a false
This,
breakout.
yes, false breakout. And now we will see what is the good now. It's not for selling right now. It's not, of course, for buying. So maybe I will be outside this trade and just monitor the market. But it looks interesting. One thing that I didn't watch very long time is Euro British Pound Dollar. And this is the interesting thing. I just watch the market. So yesterday and today we have the bigger push for euro than British pound, but they're so similar. Do you have some maybe? I will go to the weekly channel like this. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks downturn for euro British pound dollar. Do you think maybe for some reversal here? What do you think, Howard?
Let's have a look. Just one sec. I'm just closing that euro yen position. It's gone back up again. I don't.
Sorry.
I don't like it.
Do you want to show the chart?
No, it's okay. No, I'm back now. So yeah, euro sterling is just grinding lower, isn't it? Really?
Yes, but there are 6 candles weekly in a row, and
it's a tough market to trade, that one. Tough market.
I never trade.
It looks like it's settling back under the broken resistance level from January and March.
Yes.
So January and March, there were like 2 big levels that it broke.
Yes.
In April. And now we're back on a bit like that dollar Canada example, where you break it and then you come back underneath it. So I don't think I'd want to be. I don't know. If anything, it looks like it's sort of struggling to go higher, but I don't know. No strong feelings really.
Yes. I just want to ask you about your trading strategy when you have. I would just draw this horizontal line here, but do you have any? Okay, maybe this line is not perfect, but imagine that we were up, then we are down to the multiple retest zone. What is your experience? Is usually breaking down or reject and start to go up again? What is your strategy in this case when you have the new high, for example, and retesting the former resistance, now support?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for me, this would be kind of like a sell idea, because you've got people trapped above the line.
Yeah.
So that's the way I'd approach it. Is that you've got a lot of people that bought the breakout. Maybe some people are still long, but the market, it should have based when it came back. It should have based above that line, I think, but it did not. So I'd be a little bit concerned that there are people long trapped above that line.
Yes.
So a bit like the crude oil example, where there are people trapped above a line, and the market doesn't want to go higher.
Yes. Just open the oil, US oil, to see the chart right now. So yeah, this is some doji bearish candle for the US oil, but it's a bearish. It's a bearish when we watch this, but so
struggling,
so unpredictable.
Yeah.
Now when I watch daily, it's different.
Yeah. Well, that's it for me. It's like I've closed out my crude now, because I don't like. We've broken above yesterday's high, so even though I'm bearish still, I want to see it fail maybe Monday or Tuesday on the upside, and then I'll sell again. So I'm still bearish, but short term, there's no momentum on the way down.
Yes. And when I watch this relative strength index indicator, it's a mess too. Yes, it's a little bit. But you're right. I like that your plan, because if you draw this trend like this here, there is a chance that we will first, for the crude oil, retest this trend line here.
Yeah.
So we can go up a little bit, not too high, retest the trend line, and start to go down again.
Yeah,
So
that could be that could be the way. That could be what happens.
beautiful, beautiful push upside and down. So this is the good. This is the good idea. Good idea. And now gold. We are going to watch first the weekly. We are starting to go up. Weekly, really, really impressive. Really impressive here. Now what we can expect here, I don't know. I just watching this last 5 candles, and it looks like first like consolidation, then we are going down, now we are going up. So so it's a tricky. How do you see the gold, Howard?
Let's see. I like it. I like it on the long side. I think last week's low was the end of a correction.
Yes.
And here we are. We're breaking through last week's high. You know, this is going to be a bullish engulfing or something very similar on the weekly. That looks very, very positive for me for new highs.
Yes, and if we watch the whole world inflation increase in UK, in US, and everywhere in the world, in Japan, and on the other side, US dollar index is weak. So that two parameters should push the gold up. So maybe we can see more bullish biases in the future, and maybe we can again reach first the highest high. But after that, I don't know how market will react. But if our estimation that the US dollar index can go lower, pretty low, then gold can go pretty high and achieve new highs. So everything is possible.
Just a quick, sorry to interrupt you. James was asking, what does it mean when you say it's a trap or people are trapped in the market? Can I just present my screen just to show what I mean?
Please. Yes, please. Excellent.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay, so I guess using gold as an example. I mean, there are many examples, but so basically, what the way I see it, when you get a trading range like we had in gold over this whole period, there are lots of people who are long the market, and when the market breaks through a support level, the bottom of the range, there are a lot people that were buying. They liquidate their long positions because they think this is a reversal in the market, and that the market can go down much lower. But also, in addition to people who are long getting out of long positions, there are people who are not in the market, but they see the reversal pattern and they think this is a sell signal, that the trend has changed and that they should be short the market. So people will be selling as the market is breaking through this line. Okay, so on this particular candle, there's a lot of people that see that and they say, the market has closed below support. It's completed a reversal pattern, almost a double top, almost. And we should be short because the market has reversed from long to short. So next day, the market comes back up. So suddenly, all the people that sold the market on this day are now losing money. They're trapped. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the people that were selling on this day, because of this situation here, suddenly they're trapped below the line. And as the market is going sideways, you can see that the market doesn't go much below this line. On this day, it goes below it, but closes back on the line. On this day, tries to go down, closes up. On this day, breaks down and doesn't go below the line, and then boom. So these are people that are trapped, that are chasing the market higher because they are covering losing short positions. That's a rough a rough idea of how I approach that. And the same thing with crude oil as well on the weekly chart. Let's get my crude oil chart. So crude oil on the weekly chart, we have so on the weekly chart, so what we had here, this is going way back. We got a market which is finding big support around this, what is it, $65, $64 on crude, and then it rallies and it comes back down and finds support there, rallies, comes back down, finds support, rallies, find support. So you can imagine there's a lot of people that are buying crude oil in this area, $64, $65. And then eventually it breaks through like this. So now we know that there are people who are long the market, they bought the market. As the market is underneath this line, they're trapped above it. So when the market bounces, they'll be using the bounce to get out of their losing long positions. So these people are trapped above the line. So that's essentially how I view that. So I hope that makes sense.
Yes. So a lot of use that expression as retest. You break the trend line, and always price will retest that trend line, and that moment is the best to go to be buy or to sell. So that retesting is a real good stuff. And I always, when I see some breakout, always wait a little bit, because you can get much better level, just because of this thing that Howard just said. So yes, James, people, this is the end of the first part of this session. There will be a new coaches very soon. So James and Robert, thank you a lot for your time and your questions.
Thanks,
guys. And Howard, I wish you the great weekend and the nice trades next week.
Same to you, sir.
I hope to see you again very soon. And I wish you a great day.
Take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, bud, how's it going?
I'm great, thanks. How are you? How are
Okay.
you on this beautiful Friday?
I just got off a podcast talking about meme coins, so I'm all hyped up, literally.
Yeah, did you mention me?
Well, no, you're not a meme coin, no.
I'm the main coin. Yeah, well, we had a very interesting Friday. I mean, yesterday, as you know, I was a bit frustrated with the pound US dollar just not moving. Today it did move. So I got a beautiful 1 to 10. The video is on the Holo Prime channel. It's there. I think it's been there for only just like for maybe an hour. So check that out. It was a beautiful 1 to 10 risk reward ratio trade. And we basically, let me just show you the screen. Yeah, that one. I really need to take this. Anyway, so where was the entry again? Oh, yeah, the entry was down here. That was the entry. And then yesterday with the news events, we were just like moving to the side. Nothing happened. And then today, finally, we broke out. This is the weekly resistance, by the way. So today we got a full ATR, just to give you like an accurate picture here on the daily ATR. The daily ATR is 107 pips, and today we've moved. Oh, gee, now I've got to do some math. 115 pips, something like that. So that was around where I just took profit around this area here. And then we had this bit of a week to the upside and downside, and then we pushed higher, and now we're just kind of hovering around the daily ATR. Yeah, so that was a beautiful.
That's the trade you've just put on Ola Prime. Yeah.
No, this is gold. I took a gold trade just now. Oh, you mean on the? You mean this active trade, or you mean the trade
one which
that
you're just talking about on Ola Prime?
Yeah, it's this one.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah. Everyone should check that out.
Yeah, I took it right here, like literally at yesterday's low, and took that entire move. Yeah, it was a beautiful trade. So, but for now, I think if I just quickly have a look at the monthly ATR, the monthly we've done 300, nearly 400 pips. The ATR is 460. So there's a little bit of movement. If we can get a pullback maybe towards this, let me just delete these lines. If we can get a pullback to, I'll be interested in this level here. What's that? Yeah. Right. I'll look at, not today, definitely not today. And well, you can see there's a line over here as well, right? So there are several points of interest that you can identify, and then just look at how price behaves there. And then you just have a look at the monthly ATR. That's very, very important. So we could potentially next week just see a bit of a pullback and then a continuation and get that, hopefully just one more full daily ATR. And then that will be it for this month. And then I'll just wait for next month. But I do think that the pound US dollar is going to continue to go even higher. No, I'll never convert to this platform, that's for sure. I just won't. All right, so this resistance level here, 1.42513, this is where I see the pound US dollar eventually go, but not in a straight line, obviously. There's going to be some, there's going to be some shuffles along the way. Like, no, I want to go up. No, I want to go down. You can clearly see there's a bit of a resistance area as well, right there. 1.37373. Wow, that's a lot of 37373s, right? So we could get over here and then pull back to a support level before we continue. But, we'll every day we hear from Monday to Friday. So if you stay tuned to these sessions, you'll stay in flow with what we're looking at, what we're waiting for, what we're concerned about, and everything else you need to know about this particular market anyway, the pound US dollar. So yeah, but we very convincingly broke through that resistance area. But if I just zoom out here, we spoke about, let me just go to a smaller time frame, maybe the 4 hour. Okay, maybe the daily. It's just when you change time frames on this platform, like you got to like reposition everything. We also spoke about this cup with handle formation, right? Which we said we're not trading the pattern per se, but this is a probability stacker. So, right, there's your little handle. There's your cup, tight little handle, and it broke through. So this definitely, just based on this pattern alone, this can very easily go to the 1.373733737 level. But just like it is going to be important to trade off key levels that you identify on smaller time frames. Ideally, the 4 hour. Okay, you can go to the 1 hour, but nothing smaller than that. When you identify levels of support and resistance, anything smaller than that is just too weak, right? It's just too weak. So, yeah, the pound US dollar, I think, is definitely there's more upside, and we can also look at the dollar index. The dollar index, maybe if I zoom to the daily time frame, you can just see that this little inside candle on that support just completely failed. So I think we can very comfortably say that we can target these lows, right? And perhaps even, I don't know if we're going to move lower from there, but that's definitely the next destination. So it's going to go there, maybe expect a bit of a bounce and then continue, right? Or maybe we'll just break through. I don't know. But what I do know is the probability for this to go to this previous high, this previous low is very high. Very high probability, especially because this little bullish candle on that support just failed. So I do see that happening. And because of that also obviously ties in nicely with what we see on the pound US dollar. It doesn't tie in so nicely with what I see on gold. Well, let me show you on gold. I mean, this is the trade I took earlier, just on this platform. I'm like, yeah, let me show you how this is going to drop. It can still go down, but this is the level I was waiting for. Go to the 4 hour. Okay. This is gold, right? We made, that's the all-time high. We made this is the second touch. Now we on the third touch. Now, once we get to the third touch, this is when I want to see a rejection, and I want to see a rejection on nothing smaller than the 1 hour time frame. Not 15-minute, like there, as I've said yesterday, the 15-minute and half an hour, it does have its place, but during certain setups, you don't go smaller than the 1 hour, and this is one of them. So on the 1 hour time frame, if I just show you the reason why I took this trade, was because it touched that diagonal line and it rejected, and that's exactly what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see. So I'm in this trade. My stop loss, I've got some a little bit of clearance. I do apologize. I don't even do proper risk management. I just, I'm just using this platform for these sessions really more than anything else. So that's the reason why I went short here. Okay, if I get that line and I get the confirmation, I take the trade. That's it. There's no thinking, oh, but what about the dollar? I don't care, right? It's doing what I wanted to do. So it rejected. So I'm in this trade. The stop loss, I give it a bit of clearance in case this wants to come and retest it, perhaps pierce through a little bit more before it eventually comes down. But if this breaks through this level, then obviously that's going to change the picture. Right? Do I just enter? No. Then you're going to have to look and identify new levels. Then this will become support. So we'll see what happens next week. And we'll obviously see for the rest of the day if this is going to reject. But at the moment, it is pushing back up to this diagonal line right there. Okay, so that's gold. And what can you target? I would probably look for... Okay, so let me just go to the 1 hour time frame. It just looks so different. Oh, yeah, sorry. This level, yeah. See that level there? I don't know why I have a taper off there. I'll remove it. I wanted to draw this horizontal line. So that's a level of support. Ideally, I would like to see that break and just go lower. maybe even to this low over here and find support and then go back up. But the other thing is, like, if gold is bullish and it is going to go up, it may find support here and then break up, and then that will be the fourth touch. That is something you're not interested in at all. You never trade, for me anyway. The third touch is that's the touch you want to be interested in, not the fourth one. If this comes lower and just comes to this low here, or say this low here, and it starts to bounce off and then comes to that level, I'll ignore it and probably start to look for, or to, for price action to unfold and look for a potential long opportunity. But that is not, we're not there yet. We'll take it one day at a time as the candles gets added to the chart, right? But right now, I'm short. Right now, I'm short, but just based on that third touch and that very strong rejection. So I think on the 15-minute, it looks like that second, you see it just touched it again, and now it's struggling. So we'll see if this comes down or not, but that's the reason for the trade, okay? The third touch of that diagonal line. So, so that's gold. The other market is, of course, I don't know why I have to keep typing the NASDAQ here, because I've had it there. All right, so the NASDAQ is actually busy playing out what I suspected it might do. All right, so this was like a couple of days ago when I mentioned, like, all right, we're getting a couple of dojis here. It looks like, at the time, it looks like it may make new highs, but we could fall short and get that divergence in price, right? So that, what I suspected might happen, is actually busy happening. It's actually busy happening. We are moving lower. So we're moving lower to the support level. And what we can expect here is we could get a bounce there. But I think this is going to go lower if it can't hold the support level. Even if it does hold the support level, you've got this lower high you need to deal with, right? You've got this lower high you need to deal with. So I do think that the NASDAQ is busy turning. It's busy turning to the lower end, right? To the low side. Very similar to gold. I've showed this example before. Very similar to gold. Gold did exactly the same thing. For those of you watching who didn't see that session, Paul has seen this many times. But basically, if you look at, let me just zoom out here. At the time when gold was pushing back to the upside, it looked like we were going to make those new highs again, and it just fell short, getting that divergence in price, and then we moved much lower. And then obviously now we're hitting it for a third time. So you could have a very similar approach on the NASDAQ, but there will be other, as price unfolds, it will become clear how to trade it. Right now, I need to get back to the NASDAQ. Why is it not listed yet?
You got me.
Let me just type it in again. Use MetaTrader, people. Use MetaTrader. So much better. So yeah, on the NASDAQ, we could see a very similar thing. So I don't know how much lower we can go. But for now, we're not going to wait for a third touch because we are just moving away. We just formed this diagonal line because we are now moving away from it. We'll just see how the day ends. Okay, if we end up with a very bullish candle, then it's like, okay, we're not going to do anything right now. But this support level is the next level you want to be interested in. I won't necessarily take the bounce. I will wait for a bounce, and then I want to see it come down and fail. And then I'll be interested in the short. That's how I would play that, right? And if we went deep enough, you can use FIP levels for that. We'll see as the price unfolds. But we're not there yet. When I place a trade, I'll be able to explain to you exactly what I'm looking at. But then you can expect when it does find strong support, wherever that might be, as price unfolds, we'll know. Then you can look for a third touch. Okay, so you can take a long position, exactly what I did on gold. So on gold, on the daily time frame, this is how I saw it. So I saw this diagonal line, and we were trading below here. This is where we were trading, right here. There was a gap there, and I took profit when, I just wanted to see the gap filled. I didn't aim for the third level, the third touch. I just aimed for this gap to be filled. So, but at the time, on the 1 hour time frame, I just saw this engulfing candle coming off the daily support level. So that was the daily support level. And then on the 1 hour time frame, we got that engulfing candle. Let me just zoom in here so you can just clearly see it. Right? Maybe a bit more. Make it nice and big. Right there. Okay. This is the daily support level. And then you focus on price action. Beautiful engulfing candle on the 1 hour time frame. That's when I took the trade. And I left this open all the way to, now I gotta unzoom it. Okay, so that's where I did the trade and the gap got filled over here. And now we at this resistance area and this is where I go short. Do you see what I mean? So this is going to be a very similar approach with the NASDAQ. So right now, waiting for that support level. Okay, so that's the NASDAQ and the pound and gold. And now on Bitcoin, Paul, obviously you'll be able to talk a lot more about Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is having a bit of a pullback. Oh, there's the support level. Right on the support level. I don't think I'll be going long on that one. I don't particularly like it. On the daily time frame, you can see we're making that very strong correction to the lower end, but I don't, for me, still, I still hold the same position. I'm not really interested in Bitcoin right now. I want to see something a bit clearer before I be interested, because the other thing on Bitcoin, and you can chip in here if you want, Paul, but this go to the daily. I really don't like this platform. Anyway,
I know.
No, but yeah, it's just so annoying. All right, so if you look at this, now we've made a couple of stairways up there. Of there was like a consolidation breakout. Now this is not going to continue forever, and you may think I'm crazy, but this is definitely one of the scenarios is a pullback to a FIP level, and I'm talking back here to the 93 level, even the 88 level. For me, is definitely on the cards. I won't trade it down there.
You think you're going to get an argument from me? No, I agree with you.
Yeah. So, but that's when I will really be interested in buying Bitcoin, but not now. Definitely not. This straight line. How do you get rid of this? This little steep incline is not. Well, I think you've mentioned before. Like Bitcoin is a bit of a weird animal. It can just keep going forever. But in terms of finding an entry, this is just not a good time. Not for a long and not for a short either. But if it can come down to those levels, those FIP levels, then I would definitely be interested in buying Bitcoin. But for now, that's been my position for a number of weeks now. Just then, since I got the 94 level, I've just been on the side. So yeah, those are the four markets for now. So we'll keep talking in a minute, but for now, I'll just hand over to you, Paul, please, if you don't mind.
Sure. I thought I would do something a little bit different today, but let's just want to look at a quick trade first, and then we'll jump into Bitcoin. So just touching base with my XRP trade, if I can find it amongst this eclectic group of. So yeah, I said to you, so this is the trade. I'm in it at the moment, and we're in profit. Where are we? Yeah, I can't show you now because I've got this up ready to go. But yeah, the XRP trade is still in profit, but I did say, of course, that this diagonal line operates as the invalidation line. Now, I haven't had a candle body close yet. This is a significant time frame. And of course, we've also now got the 200 MA and the 12 hour acting as support. So I've kind of got two lines in the sand I'm watching for sure, right? So the 200 MA, definitely I need to hold. And of course, if I start seeing a candle body close below this, I may consider just exiting my position at break even or wherever how much profit I'm in, just to be cautious. That's of course, but we're still in place, still waiting for a bounce. We've been in profit up here, but I'm still in profit now, but just waiting to see if this line holds. And then there's another trade I'm looking at, and I think this HBAR again returns, and I think this highlights the importance of multi-time frame analysis. So if you look at this, we've got this kind of primary support line, well, intermediate trend support line for sure, and this is being respected. However, with the price actions up here at the moment, and we switch to this chart, look, bearish retest of this macro pattern on the hourly. So I think I'm going to try and, this trade is, this is a bit high risk, given the momentum in the market at the moment, but nonetheless, this is difficult to deny. And the idea would be to short it from where we are now, just back down to around this area. And I think I need to adjust my take profit to a little bit higher. So I've got it as 9. No, that's fine. My take profit was fine, about 197. So I'm going to put that on now. Probably a 50-50. You know, my stop isn't in a great position. Not happy with it. I've got this line protecting it, but if we get a wick upwards, then I'll be stopped out. But if we can, we've got the 50 acting as resistance. So I mean, Jannie, I'm thinking of taking this. Can you convince me to not, or what?
Can I convince you to not? Oh my God! Well, how am I going to do that? No, that looks pretty good to me. What time frame are you looking at? I'm trying to zoom in. Oh, there's the hour. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would. Me personally, the way I trade, I would wait for that 1 hour candle to close, and then I would wait for the new 1 hour candle just to break lower and break the previous candle. You know how I enter, right? I would just wait for that final entry criteria. But in terms of your reasoning, I don't think there's anything wrong with that for sure.
Yeah, let's just try it, see what happens. I'm not going to put too much on because, you know, as we've been talking about, there's a bit of hesitation, of course, in the market, and this is quite likely to get stopped out. But you can see, obviously, you know, we've got some confluence. It's definitely not an A setup for sure, bordering on a C setup. But let's just. But obviously, the reason why I'm putting my profit here, because I've got the wider context. If I take profit any lower down here, it's most likely not going to get hit because we've got support we're going to come into. So it's going to be a very, very quick kind of see if I get a wick just to grab my entrance, write it down to here, and then hopefully there'll be a continuation. But this is the idea, because there's going to be a little bit of confusion with this one, because people are going to see this and they'll be like, well, I'm not entering a long trade here. But if Bitcoin pumps, of course, it will invalidate. So we just need to Bitcoin to play along. But what I wanted to do differently today was start with a completely blank Bitcoin chart. Now, when we're faced as a trader or as traders, when we are faced with ambiguity and a lot of fervor and FOMO, I find getting rid of all of my charts, all of my crazy Bitcoin charts, right, which are very helpful and everything, but I just to start from scratch, just for a minute to get perspective. So really straightforward. And this is a good technique everyone can do. Just to reset, you might have 16 Bitcoin charts and you might think you know everything which is going on, but ultimately starting from scratch can help reset any biases you have by treating it like I haven't looked at this ever before, and let's see what we can find out, and then we'll see where we're at. Let's get rid of that. So a little bit of an exercise in charting at the moment, but that's what Friday's good for. Nice chilled session. Like watching Bob Ross, except less artistic.
Less artistic. If you don't mind, I just quickly, while you're busy doing that, I just want to scale into this gold trade, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So you see on the 15-minute, we pierced through and we just touched each other again. So now we're coming back lower. So I want to just short that. Okay. Right there. Now I think I figured out I have. Yeah. So stop loss will be a little bit tighter, but you see this is a beautiful retest of that level. So anyway, I'm short on gold. Oh, you can't even see my screen.
No, I was going to say, I was like, what are you getting your screen?
Oh, sorry. Look, I was just right there. So I just entered here. You see this 15-minute time frame? So the obviously you get the confirmation of the rejection, as I mentioned to you, on the 1 hour time frame or the 4 hour time frame, nothing smaller. But on the 15-minute, at the beginning of a session, I showed you that we were pulling back, and now we right at this diagonal line again, and now we're rejecting. So I'm not waiting for confirmation here. I already had my confirmation. This is just a pullback on a smaller time frame. and now it's rejecting. So this is where I'm now just taking a second trade. Why is this? Do I have to take profit? Yeah. Can I delete it? I don't know. Anyway, so I'm in this I'm in the second trade. All right, so I'm bearish on gold. So the stop loss for this one is just above here. The first one is a little bit higher up. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right. Over to you, Paul.
All right, let's switch back. Just my little charting exercise. It's more of a psychological lesson, to be honest, because trying to tame beginner traders and get them to back off the market requires a bit of a strong hand sometimes. So we've got a basic chart, just fresh, just done this right now. It's always important to just sometimes just wipe off the Etch a Sketch and start from the top, right? And just see where we're at, see where we're going, get that splash of cold water, which we need just to get a perspective on what's going on. Because when you just, I mean, you know, when I'm recording shorts, you know, and content, which is, you know, not obviously driving hype, but it's still obviously, you know, talking about crypto and how wonderful it is and all that kind of stuff. It's very important just to get perspective on what actually we're trying to talk about. So and we don't want any hype to leak in to any of our trading scenarios. Okay, so we have a double top potentially forming on the RSI, which can obviously give us an indication that we're going to have a pullback. We also have, this is not the greatest line, but we've also got a line of resistance now on the RSI, just to zoom in so people can see that. So, you know, that's what I'm looking at, right? Just a fresh perspective. You know, we've got some, that's quite nice. I think Igor would like that. And so now I've kept it really simple. We've obviously got a golden cross following a death cross, really bullish. This is lower support, and this is 100K. Now, a retrace to 100K is definitely logically on the cards, right? So this is, as we talked about, the first line in the sand. But as Jannie, you were saying, you know, we've had this strong move up without a proper kind of pullback, which is very healthy. So 100K is definitely the first line in the sand, and there will be a new set of buyers coming in. Let's just put the order block detector on. Yeah, so people are feeling the same. But then, as we were talking about at the start, this lower support area is where it would seem more buyers are at. And you can obviously tell that if the order block is a little bit more saturated, that means there are more orders there on this time frame. So these are the obvious areas to wait for with Bitcoin. Now, there's two scenarios. If you're looking to invest in Bitcoin, of course, these are the levels to watch. But also, if you're looking to trade the altcoin market, these are the levels to watch. So let's say you're looking at a long trade with AVAX. Say you want to maybe come in down here for a little buy here at this support. You obviously want Bitcoin to come back down, and you would look at the chart and you think, right, I need for my AVAX trade Bitcoin to at least come back down to 100K, because that's when we most likely will have a little bit of a bounce, even if just in with this range, which will facilitate my long trade, right? So definitely we're not entering here. I mean, there's no way, there's no signal to come in and enter here at all. And as we've been establishing, when you see breakouts, if you look at this as the breakout level, right? Any breakout which is just like, it's rolling over, and you have to presume it's rolling over. Now, if Bitcoin had done this, if Bitcoin had done this, right, and then started coming back down, this is, you'll have a lot more bias showing up. But you can see that the general sentiment is, of course, we need a pullback, and this is the area, which means it's a waiting game at the moment, friends. And we've just proven it here with this fresh chart. And of course, probabilities of this break into the downside should not be ignored just because everyone's talking about Bitcoin right now. Shouldn't be. So that's the idea. And if we look at where Bitcoin is and we're retesting this level, then that might be quite helpful to my H-bar trade. So we'll see if we can get that filled. But I've got another setup. Interesting to hear your thoughts on this, Jannie. This is one of these setups where we've got a couple of patterns intersecting, but also a bit of a low volume node between with the price action stuck between this. We've got the neckline of this inverse head and shoulders, which I think is actually, it's not, I haven't aligned this properly, so apologies for that. Let's just get that down. There we go. So we've got the neckline all aligned. And the premise of the trade would, of course, be to buy the retest following this breakout, which we've now had. But the problem is you'll see that the previous price action bounces off this level, which is just a little bit higher up. So that means, as you can see, the price action has been rejected. This is still resistance, which is making a breakout trade very difficult. So you could obviously zoom in and see what's happening. The better thing I was thinking about entering this trade in this session, but I'm not happy with it because of this resistance. So what you really want to see is you want to see the price action break above and then look to come back down at this level. And once we've breached those sellers here, this makes this a bit more of a salivating prospect. And then you've got a bit of cover underneath here. The problem is, of course, with this setup, if we try and get the stop loss in a position which I'm comfortable with in terms of TA, it's a 20% decline and your risk reward is seriously impacted. So it's a bit of a challenging trade. So you definitely want to be very cautious about what you do here and wait for an additional bullish signal, because this is a sort of inverse head and shoulders pattern, which I've seen before, which tends to just roll over a little bit and then come back a few weeks later once everyone's disappeared. So we want bullish confirmation for this. And if I get that, I'll be looking to enter here at the neckline. I mean, any dissenting views, Jannie?
No, I agree. Like if you want to take the retest, it needs to go further up. But if you look at just the recent price action from the low to where we are right now, that breakout, right? If you just think back about Bitcoin when it made the low or that double bottom.
Yeah, that's exactly the same time. It's mid-April.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about but this latest move that you're showing right here on what's this?
4 hour. Jupiter.
Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter. Now this looks very similar, and I'm talking about that steep kind of incline, or that steep rally when you get that close. So if you want to take the retest, it has to go a lot further. The other thing you can look out for is like a retracement for where you are right now, not to the support, lower than that, right? But you need to get like, okay, it's definitely, you need to be able to identify the highest point, which you can't do right now because it's still, is it just, where is it now? Is it at the high, or where's the price level right now? Is that a bearish candle or bullish candle? I can't really see that. Is that at the high now, or where is it?
Having another go. It's having another go at the high. It hasn't quite made it. It's weakening, but the volume is increasing. We might get a breakout.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's already been down there. Okay, so but what I was talking about is like when you get a pullback to the FIP level, the 50 or the 61.8% FIP level. Those are levels I would identify, but that's all you've got there, really. Okay, there's no other levels of support, so you can get that pullback down there and then a push through, or like you just said, it needs to break out and then come back and retest that neckline. So those are the two scenarios.
Yeah, and obviously if you get a deeper retrace, this is fine too, right? You can come in here. Arguably, that's preferable, and we may have that. But this is the challenge of trading a market like this at the moment. So I've also left Bitcoin dominance blank as well, just to illustrate. And of course, for altcoin longs to play out, we need Bitcoin dominance to play ball. And this, of course, is the trend which we've been in for a long time. And when this is going up, of course, that means the altcoin market is not growing as quick as Bitcoin, which means it's not good trading. So this was excellent trading for altcoin longs. This was record-breaking liquidations. And now we want to see a break of this level. And if we just zoom in, and this is the splash of cold water, right? This is definitely the splash of cold water, right? When you're thinking of everyone's, having a party because of Bitcoin at the moment, right? This line, right? This is an uptrend, right? It has been, at least for Bitcoin dominance. And this is no good for altcoin long sustainability. Now, even though we've established that the total 2 and total 3 is moving upwards, which means that the altcoin market, that's theta, the altcoin market is, of course, moving with Bitcoin, and this is fine. Bitcoin is still moving. All the love is going to Bitcoin. All the money is going to Bitcoin, and we need it to switch for more sustained movement. So this short with H-bar, the idea is, of course, we're going to get a pullback from Bitcoin, and Bitcoin dominance still isn't overly favorable for altcoins. So once this further dies down, this might be if this is the beginning of a little bit of a retrace, then I can capitalize on that with this trade. But I'm obviously not going to hold it any longer than that. And I'll just see if I've got in yet. Have I got in yet? No, not yet. Nearly there, and hopefully we'll get that triggered before the end of the session. But yeah, that's oh my god, yeah, that's what's essentially going with Bitcoin, and it is a waiting game for sure. It is a waiting game, and you can see we've already had the breakdown, and this is kind of confirmation. Let's see if there's any divergence as well, just to make sense of all of this. And yeah, so we got some divergence as well, showing up inside the pattern. So yeah, move down here, at least 100k for sure. Makes perfect sense, but it's just a waiting game. And this is why you'll have, this is the disparity between experienced traders in the crypto space and non-experienced investors in the space, retail, right? Because they will all be running to try and enter Solana, XRP, Dogecoin, dog with hat positions, Trump positions, Melania token positions, all of that because of the fervor. Whereas we, as experienced traders, are knowing we need to wait. We need that. We need to wait. We're seeing the TA, and this is the problem, right? Which is why you see me grumpy all the time, because I have to compensate. I have to compensate. I have to be grumpy in order to make sure I'm not being like, oh, I'm going to enter Bitcoin now, or I'm going to miss out. You know, so that's the idea.
Just a quick question on that trade that you just waiting to get triggered. Where would you place that trade in terms of it? In which category would you place that trade? Is it an A, B, or C? Is that
It's a
would
B
that
minus.
A B minus? Okay. Yeah. I think because I took some trades in this session that I regret, because to be honest with you, not many, like 2 or 3. And for the sake of placing a trade, and I regret that, because those are not trades I would personally take in my personal account. I just think it's very important to add that information and say, look, this is not really a trade. This is not the best of setups, or trade very small, or something along those lines, just so that people know. Because we don't know if people are copying the trades, which is the worst thing that can happen. Oh, look, he's taking a trade. Let me take the same trade. Do you understand what I mean? I just feel like we need to be careful.
When I'm constructing the top altcoin picks videos on Prime X every week, I feel very strongly, and there's obviously a disclaimer, but I feel very strongly that people need to, if I present multiple options for a trade, they get the message that they shouldn't be copying any one of them, right? Just because I say so, right? So I typically like to say, if Bitcoin does this, this is your entry. If Bitcoin does this, this is your entry. And then you incorporate into your own strategy, which is something a lot of other commentators, not in Honor Prime, but around the space, don't tend to just ignore. It's like, because there is a culture of follow, like Binance and a lot of exchanges have people you can follow, right? And you can copy, and there's nothing wrong with listening to me when I post a setup, but you need to bear in mind that it's based on established TA, and it's not a prediction, right? It is simply like, we're bearishly retesting this zone. We have confluence with this diagonal line. We have confluence with this horizontal line, which is strong support and strong resistance historically. So it's got a solid premise. It's not a prediction. It's just like, this is the TA. It's not an A setup. It's a bit of a B minus setup because of where Bitcoin is, right? And the issues in the market and the fervor. There could be a lot of volatility. Bitcoin could break higher from here, but I'm making choices understanding that. So the category isn't like, don't trade B minus. It's just, be aware you're trading a B minus trade, and therefore I'm not going to have my take profit down here, because again, I need to maintain this bullish context. So I know that the river is flowing in this direction. I just want to capitalize a little bit on this move, and then I'm going to get out and then reset and look at the market. And that's the idea. And it's very important people realize that. So I am a very conservative trader. I've become a very conservative trader. There's things I need to see, and if I don't see them, I don't care. I won't trade. It's that simple. But that has also made me a little bit too cautious sometimes in terms of trades which I may not take, which could work out and be pretty good. So as long as you've got some measure of control or a line in the sand, it's okay, right? And whatever your strategy is, but just take an idea, do your own thing. So look at Paul's just posted H bar. It's a short setup. Great. Don't copy my chart. start from scratch, just like I did with Bitcoin. Do your own thing, find your own setup, and if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. I mean, some of my students, they will take setups which I never would, right? And they play out quite well, but it's just because they have different risk tolerance, they have a different approach and a different emotional stability, I suppose, compared to other people. So that's the idea. But I know exactly what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying, and it's one of the challenges we face in order to communicating great trading opportunities, showing the practice by doing it for real, but also being mindful of the fact that I acknowledge this could go bad pretty quickly, right? And you just have to try. That's why I'm trading this.
Yeah, I think you know, this is how I see it anyway. The main point of this really is to guide people in how to approach the market, right? How to break it down and quantify it and identify opportunities. Now, there are many different coaches here and we all look at things differently. So I've disagreed with other coaches, you know, and it's not about who's right and who's wrong. It's about they just have a different approach, right? They have a different approach. So it's really a case of you know, just helping people and guide them again, just like how to approach the market, how to break it down to a point where it makes sense. This makes sense. So I may take a trade and somebody else says, and they understand what I'm looking at and trying to explain. They go, yeah, I think you like the gold trade that I'm in right now. They go, yeah, but the dollar index is dropping, you know, so I don't like it for that reason. And that's really where we want to get people at. Does that make sense? Like, yeah. So they understand what you're doing, but then you get to a point where you have your own opinions. That's really where you want to be. Okay.
Yeah.
The trading it's a personal thing. You need to get to a point where you make your final decisions. We are just here coaching you. And the trades we take here is based on how we trade. But I just feel going forward, if I do take a trade and it's not really a trade I would trade personally on my personal account, then I'm going to say that just to make clear that, you know, it's not the greatest setup. Just to make it clear, I just feel more comfortable by doing that. That's all.
Yeah, and it's, look, we all have different approaches, and people who are a bit more statistical, who want to take more trades, and just that's their approach. They rack them out. They're okay trades. They rack them out, but part of their process is, we talked about this 50% success rate, right? And that's all you need, right? And some people approach things differently. I come from a point of view really where it's less of a numbers game for me, in terms of, you know, I'm very selective and I cherry pick, and that's my edge, right? But other people will trade a lot more with maybe less quality setups, but still eke out the same amount of profit by just approaching it differently and just doing a numbers game. So and I will switch to that approach sometimes as well. So it's all about, and as I was saying at the moment, right, we've been in the market phase for crypto over the last few months has been very, very challenging. But now the challenge is to pivot our approach and strategy to more bullish conditions. And the reality is that means taking your hands off the reins just a little bit, right? Just a little bit, not ignoring things, but just being like, okay, we're more bullish now. I don't need to be as tense because of all the volatility in the market, and you can start going in. But the only thing we could ever say to anybody is, do you, not us. Right? Learn from us, but do you find yourself, right? You know, you're not going to be the same type of trader as Jannie or Igor or me. You're going to be, hopefully, an amalgam of all of it.
You're gonna be better.
You know, when all the mighty morphin Power Rangers come together to create this big beast, you know, that's what you want to be. You want to be the culmination of Howard, of Michael, of everybody coming together. So you're just this trading beast which just can't be defeated. I suppose that's the idea, right?
Yes, absolutely. Like I think this is more it's more coaching again, because the thing is, the problem with the YouTube space and the course selling space and so on is, you know, a lot of people are more interested in like how many courses can I sell this week, right, or this month, and so on, and they don't necessarily have your interests at heart, right? Now we're doing this for free on YouTube, so people can. It's just such a a great thing. You have access to up to 9 different coaches a day, every day, Monday to Friday, right? And get insights from people with many years of experience, and it's free, and you can watch them, and they place the trades, and they keep talking, and it's just if you keep listening to the same guy over and over and over for a few months, you're going to get far greater benefit out of it compared to buying a course with 8 videos.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? Like, you bought this video course, 8 videos in there. Let me take you through the process, and that's it, right? You never speak to the guy, or you never speak to the guy in the first place. Over here, you can play some comments. Hey, hi, Lola, nice to see you.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, look, we have on Honor Prime X, and the truth is that the videos which I've produced over the last few years, as obviously I have a background in education, we've got a really good collection of great quality content, the masterclasses, which are not just about crypto. They're you can learn about the RSI, and that applies to every market. You can learn about moving averages, it applies to every market. But as we've established, for many people, sitting down and watching a video series works for them, right? Especially if it's good quality, right? However, not everyone is like that. People like trading tips. People like to watch a live stream for an hour and a half, and they like to just see someone doing it for real. But other people want to do it for real themselves, right? And then won't be paying attention to us, and they'll be like just looking at charts we post. So everyone each to their own, for sure. But it's you just got to be aware of where you're getting your information from. And part of the conversation I was having with Grant, one of the new additions to the Honor Prime X team today, in the podcast we recorded, was, it's trying to, benefit from the craziness, the hype of the space, without getting caught up in the craziness and hype of the space, right? And that's really challenging. And that always comes back to the individual, right? And just take what you can and then go with it, but don't just copy. If someone's just if I ever come on YouTube and say this token is the hottest thing ever, it'll make you a millionaire, just cut me off and don't ever listen to me again, because it's just it's nonsense.
Yeah, the other thing is, like, you may just end up catching, like, if you decide to follow any coaches, like, all their trades, you may end up catching all my losing trades and just the losing ones. You just never get the good ones. It's like, oh no, so it's very dangerous. You really need to focus on trying to understand what is he exactly looking at. If you don't understand, ask the question. We can answer your questions. Sorry, Paul, did your trade
not yet?
What was that drop that you just showed there?
No, yeah, it's just this was before. We're just waiting for an entrance at this area, right? Just waiting for an entrance.
Oh, okay.
And again, I might not get it, right? I may have missed it, right? And as you said, if we there's another way to play it. Wait for this candle body close on the other chart. But sometimes, you just got to. Sometimes you miss it. But I'm not going to chase it. We talk about this all the time. If it hits where I want it to be, then it's a trade for me. If it comes down and it invalidates, then I missed it, and it's fine. But there's no way I'm going to chase it, because if I chase it, I'm going to end up maybe having an entrance here, which is not what I want. I want it to be here, because that I can control. This I can't, right? And this is the whole game. So if you're paying attention, right, don't be like, Paul, what are you doing? All I ever see is you just waiting. And I'm like, yeah, I want to have a good trade, right?
Yeah, like, but it is. Oh man, you do. Not you, like, we do a lot of waiting. It's like, that is the name of the game. You got to wait for those really nice levels, and where the probability is highest for the trade to actually work in your favor. That's just how it is. You're going to do a lot of waiting.
I mean, here's another setup we can call live stream exclusive. Just caught my eye today as I was having a coffee. I just get a sense of what's got a good setup in the market. It's kind of like unagi. I've got something. I'm that good. No.
Hi, Andre. Nice to see you, mate. Put
Andre.
Bitcoin in your pocket. Yeah, put Bitcoin in your pocket.
Put Bitcoin in my pocket.
Do you mean get out of Bitcoin? Or what do you mean? I don't know. But okay, I'll do that.
Well, it's good to have you here. But this is ICP. And again, you know, we want to have, as a trader, especially in crypto, you want to have multiple setups ready to go for different scenarios. That's the whole thing. So if H bar messes me up, you know, I've got a more bullish trade to come to, right? So my H bar, if Bitcoin gives us some, you know, breaks out to the upside now and goes parabolic, right, then this is going to get invalidated, right? But the probabilities are in my favor. But I'll have this one or something similar waiting, because this one needs this to happen. This one needs this, okay? And we're still waiting on the back of this kind of this triple bottom or inverse head and shoulders, whatever it is. I haven't quite looked at it yet, but that's the premise. So, and we've got a golden cross coming in, so that closes. We get a break above here. Great little entrance within the pattern. Take profits here. Super trade, but it's not in play yet. Again, it's a waiting game, right? And you might say, well, look, I mean, this is a lower price than this. Why don't you want that? Well, I do want that, but I can't manage it, right? I need a bullish signal. This pattern has to complete, and I need this line to be switched from resistance to support. And until that, it's a no trade, because the best price isn't always the best place to entrance, right? And that's the most important thing you need to realize, right? Don't see, we were talking about, what was it, that mantra trade the other day. You could look at mantra and look, well, yeah, it's crashed 100%, so this is a great opportunity, but there's more context you have to consider, right?
Yeah, sure.
This is the whole game. So maybe Monday we'll have this to trade in the live live streams if this plays out, because presuming, of course, we get a move downwards from Bitcoin, this could just do this for a little bit. So yeah, so short bias maybe in the next day or so, but be very, very cautious going against the grain. But yeah, so there's a couple of setups, but still waiting for H bar, and I'll let you know if I get that entrance a bit later.
Thanks, Andre. Nice trade on the pound US dollar. I assume you watched the video. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was a very good one. You want to borrow some money. You see, I knew that was going to happen. I knew it, Andre. This is why I told them I'm not going to post any videos. People are going to ask for money, and there we go. See?
Well, there's a reason to have some losing trades right there.
Yeah, this
I ain't got nothing. You saw me get stopped out, right? What are you talking about?
Yeah, like this gold trade is struggling a bit at that diagonal line. It doesn't want to really come down, so we'll see what's happening there. Did you trade the pound US dollar, Andre? I know that's a pair you're watching. Did you watch that? You can answer in your own time, but just please within the next half an hour.
Answer me now. Speak now.
Speak now. Do you have like anything that you are watching apart from the ones you just showed? Probably not, because you would have mentioned it, right? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Let's just leave that there. And I was actually wondering if I should. You watched the video? Yeah. Did you give it a thumbs up? Yeah. Of course you did. Why would you not? Yeah, I'm going to read
a long session right now. We should have a watch along just for 3 minutes. We should do that.
Yeah. But I'm going to record more of those videos. But I don't cover the actual analysis. The analysis is covered here in the live stream. So we're going to do the analysis here, and then the execution, because I can't always do the execution in the live stream, because the live stream is like at a very it's fixed time every day, and it doesn't always happen during the session. So I mean, if you remember that pound US dollar trade I took in the session for the sake of taking a trade in the session, was that double. I'll show you. In any moment. I just want to get the screen right, yeah? Otherwise, I'll share it now. Be patient, ladies and gentlemen. We should probably put some music on while you wait. Right, so where was this thing? Yeah. Oh, come on. Right, remember this double bottom, and then we confirm the double bottom. Now in the sessions, like, okay, that's the confirmation. We broke above, and then you see, but that's in the session. It's not the optimal place to take the trade, but it's like you've got that hour and a half, and now you got to place a trade. This is the problem I have. The optimal place was right here. Right here, okay? Because we had that pound, there were news events, and this is something I didn't mention in the session when I placed the trades. Like, oh, by the way, tomorrow there's some big news events. You know, I didn't mention that. So the next day, we had this. This is when the pound news came out, and we had this move lower. And then right here, that's where we got the impulse move and back to the support. And then that's the bullish candle, and that one broke through. This is where I ended the trade, right at the bottom. So where we are, what's the next move? A correction? Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to pull back. I mean, I would not, obviously, not place any trades today. Look at the monthly ATR, Andre, to get some sort of idea of what's the potential range that's left. There's only next week's left. So you want to get a pullback, you know, to... I've identified these levels, but I can't remember where they came from. Okay, so you see that level here. So that's basically the most obvious support level. So if we can get a pull back to this 1.3469 level next week, that would be great. And then you go long, and then you just make sure you pay attention to the monthly ATR. Don't try to exceed that. But that should give you at least a daily ATR. In other words, around 100 pips. That's what I would be waiting for. I won't go if next week just pushes higher. You know, I won't be in a trade. As simple as that. It has to come down. It must come down to this 1.346 area, and the one below that's 1.34625. I can't remember where that came from. Oh, this candle here. Sorry, this candle here, which is obviously just below there. So this little zone here, 1.34690 and 1.34625. So those are the levels you need to focus on for a potential opportunity back to the upside. Okay, so yeah, but the point I was making is that the trades that I take in the session, and this was the example I wanted to give, is like that's in the session, but it's this is what we spoke about right in the beginning of the session. That's the point I was trying to make, because it does bother me. So I just had to, like, for people watching, you need to know that, right? You're not gonna, like, I don't know what the probability is. Like, it will be interesting to work out what the chance or what the odds are for you to find a really good entry within the session, given it's like 1.5 hours, 24 hours in a day, and you place roughly one trade a week. What's the probability for you to find that setup in that particular time? It's going to be very, very small. It's going to be very, very small. So yeah, but even if you did take the trade here, and you place your stop loss at a proper level, which is below the double bottom, okay, this is not the optimal price, as I just mentioned, especially with the news events the next day and so on. But if you did place your stop loss there, you still would have made a profit, but I mean, it's suboptimal, right? It's not a 1 to 10. It's like a, what's that? Not even a 1 to 1. Do you see what I mean? So yeah, but Andre is, I think it will go to 1.355 and then correction. Yeah, like 1.355 is where my target is actually 1.354. So you're not far off. It's like literally 10 points. But that's where I would like it to trade for this month. But I just don't want it to go there straight up. I would like to get a correction to these levels that I've showed you, and then go to 1.355 or 1.354 for me, if I can get that, right? And then you just focus on those levels, and then you can look at the different time frames. And there's 2 videos up there now where I show exactly how I enter them. So entry criteria is important. So you can just watch that, right? And then get some sort of idea. And the more videos that we posted on how to, you know, in terms of exactly the entry criteria once you at those levels. Andre, buy Bitcoin at the top. I love you, Andre. You've got a great sense of humor, man. You're great. Buy Bitcoin. I can't even remember what I was saying. What was I saying? Let's see if you listened, Paul. What was I saying?
I mean, it wasn't buy Bitcoin at the top.
Okay, great. Yeah, but anyway, the more videos that gets posted on that, you'll get. And this is like coming back to the point of this these courses, like a video course. It's not enough. Come on, man. Like every setup looks different. You need like a toolbox of like, okay, this is now you're here, and you need to know how you're going to play it once you get to that level. And the more setups you get exposed to, or examples of anyway, the better. And that's going to, if you get plenty of examples over a long period of time, the better, I think. But yeah, Andre, 1.355, yeah, that's not a bad level. And to think you're going to get a correction there, yeah, I don't think there's any like resistance level there. I think how I worked out the 1.354 is as I said, it's the monthly ATR. But just to show you, yeah, Andre, I showed this at the beginning of the session. You're always late. I don't know why, Andre, but I'll forgive you. But this is now the breakout we're getting. This 1.37373. It's a lot of 1.37373 is the next resistance level, right? It can go there. So now you just got to make sure you do it right. So the 1.355 level, I'm not exactly sure where that level comes from. I can't really see anything obvious here unless you are also looking at the monthly ATR, and that's where you got the level from. Because if you did it that way, then you did it correctly. But yeah, but the next level of resistance is this over here. It's actually slightly higher than that. Like, yeah, 1.37528. Yeah, that's the next level of resistance. And then the ultimate level of resistance that I think we can go to is 1.42513. So that's a long way from now. What is that, like 700 pips, 750 pips? But this is the weekly time frame. Just bear this in mind. Okay, this could take a pretty long time. And when we get to the 1.375 level, it doesn't mean we're just going to break through and continue. We could come back and retest this weekly level. Do you see what I mean? And then from there, push up. So we just take it one day at a time. Like as the candles gets added to the chart, you just kind of, there will always be a story that unfolds. And then you just kind of go with what price action is telling you. So there I answered your question that you didn't even ask. So I hope you found that useful. Well, the dog agrees. Give him a biscuit. Give him a biscuit. Is it a him or
she?
She. Give her a biscuit.
She's already had one.
All right. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, Andre, like look for a dip and long. That's what I'm going to do next week. Hopefully that will happen. I'm not even sure what the news calendar looks like for next week. Can have a look. Monday this now. Oh, Monday. Oh, I forgot it's a long weekend. Yeah.
That's right. But
no,
it says on Sunday, US Fed Chair Powell is speaking.
Really?
Yeah, 7. That's weird.
8:40 on a Sunday. Oh, he's working weekends now.
Oh, good on him.
All right. Well, I don't think there's going to be much happening. Okay, so we're not here on Monday, by the way. If you're watching, we're not here on Monday.
Oh, we're not here on Monday. I didn't know that, but that's great. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, like yes, we fall into the US holiday category. So no. Okay, so then Tuesday also very mild news. Durable goods. Wednesday we've got FOMC minutes. Yeah, that could be significant. And Thursday we're having GDP quarter on quarter, and I'm talking specifically just on the US dollar. We've got
Bank of England governor speaking on Thursday.
Yeah,
it's not too bad a week.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens this week. Like, I honestly thought, like I mentioned this yesterday, now is the time for altcoins to rise. Well, Paul can just give his comment on that. But I honestly thought, this like yesterday, like with those news events, I'm like, okay, this is it. We're going to get that push, and I'm going to get just like we moved. And this is so weird because that was the news events everyone was waiting for the whole week. And we had 50% of the daily ATR. That was just, that was a bit unusual because usually you get it like on the news day, either prior to the news event or after it kind of weeks you out, or sometimes it just like finds straight direction. But that was a bit odd, but at least with today we got that move. Andre says now it's time for altcoins to rise, and this is Paul's category, so he can probably tell you a bit more about that.
Well, let me just touch base with my H-bar trade, which has played out, but not with my entrance. So let's just have a look, and then I'll get into that. So yeah, trade premise obviously was sound. We've almost hit my take profit, but I didn't get an entrance. So we a little bit late to the party, just missed it by a hair, but played out. So but didn't get an entrance. That's the reality, sadly. So I think I will abandon that. Actually, I think now. Because the premise is invalidated, and we've talked about first touches are where it's at, and I've lost the first touch, so I'm not gonna. The premise is gone now. So obviously it made sense to do that, but didn't quite get the entrance. Again, maybe if the sessions were about half an hour earlier, we would have had that. So.
Yeah. First touch is the deepest, right? There's a song about it's a trading song actually.
Is it?
First touch is the deep. Probably not.
Anyway,
probably not.
Right. Who was it who asked? Sorry, Andre. Of course. Thank you. Good to have you. So altcoins are, of course, moving upwards. This is representative by total 3, right? We can see this, generally speaking. Now, there are altcoins which are not moving. This is VR. This is not available on a Prime, but just an example. This is VR, really struggling. And the reason why this is struggling is because it popped into negative price discovery back in March. So it's got no buying love as a result. And this is the problem in the altcoin market. A lot of altcoins have a lot of work to do. And so we're getting growth, we're getting movement. Here you go. See, this is nice. But as we've established with Bitcoin dominance, if I can, it's a bit of a mess today. Let me just shut that down. Find Bitcoin dominance somewhere. Andre, bear with me, please, my friend. So as we've seen with Bitcoin dominance, right, we are still very much, if you look on the right side, very much in an uptrend, and we need to see a strong break of this trend, which is represented by a line, which comes up about here. This was the November thing. So altcoins are moving, but the main advantage of trading altcoins is that they can outpace Bitcoin, and it currently, because they're not outpacing Bitcoin, and this is reflective. This is total 3 versus Bitcoin. As you can see, we're in the floor. We're completely in the floor, which means Bitcoin is still dominating. And if we want to see the sort of, if we want to see the sort of gains that you expect from altcoins, like we looked at that lever trade where we're putting like 100% overnight, we need total 3 to move versus Bitcoin to move in this direction, right? And then this will be a signal for more investors. And then we'll see more of those lever trades where things are moving hundreds of percent or 50 or 60% sort of thing in a few days' time. But we're not there yet, and that's the problem. And we need Bitcoin, of course, to provide us some more structure, as the rest of the altcoin market needs and wants structure. But if we look at, so yeah, I mean, is it time? Well, we can only look at the indices, Bitcoin dominance, total 3, and look at what we're seeing, and we need to see more for sure, right? Otherwise, we're just going to have altcoins following Bitcoin in its every move, and that means when Bitcoin comes down, the altcoins are going to crash pretty hard as well, and we need to see it decouple. So we're not there yet, but need, sure, we do need it, yeah, right. We do want it as well, but not quite there yet. But try to add a bit of positivity. This is, it always feels good to look at some of these big picture Bitcoin charts, just to, because I'm a bit grumpy, but here you go. So this is log scale 2014 to 17. And this is where we are now. And we have broken out of this little circle, which had no particular logical place. So it doesn't really mean anything. But nonetheless, we can see potentially where we're going. Now, this is 1 million, so I'm not suggesting 1 million, but one move up, can take us to 250, which if we look at these long-term charts, this is Bitcoin again, 1 week log scale. This potential bull run target is around 300, 250 kind of area, right? So it all kind of makes sense. And now you see it heading upwards again. It's like, all right, yeah, it's game time. So this is looking pretty good. And when will the altcoins follow, though? And that's the question. And insights into the dollar might provide a bit of help with that. But here is also the monthly chart, which we've previously looked at, but always good to just get a bit of perspective. Previous cycle tops, the previous one at least touch base with the 90 overbought level for the monthly, and then the one before that was well into about 95, and then previous ones were even higher up. So an expectation for this cycle, the law of diminishing returns as Bitcoin gets bigger, would be maybe come up into this area, right? And then that would be arguably your cycle top. But we can see we've got so much way to go, and this is 2 million. A move up from here to here is 2 million on the monthly. So a very small move just up to here would fulfill the targets for this cycle, which is 280, 250, 300 sort of area. And this on the monthly chart, this is the monthly. So this is seriously takes a lot to move this upwards. We have got a lot of air above us, right? And this is the whole thing. But this is just Bitcoin, and everything else needs a bit of love. And this is Bitcoin and M2 playing out, this correlation playing out perfectly. We've been looking at this since it was down here. Everything seems to be mirroring perfectly for Bitcoin, but not so much love for the altcoins. And this is the uncertainty index. This has some serious data points behind it, so it shouldn't be ignored. And as you can see, this is still reflective of challenging uncertainty in the market, which for risk assets like the rest of the altcoin market, it's problematic. But it's more than just that one single factor. But as we're talking about with Howard earning the week, typically a week, typically the formula is a little bit more simple. Strong economy, inflation under control, and a weakening dollar is great for risk assets. But we've got massive problems in the bond market. We've got all kinds of crazy stuff happening, and the potential for a recession is still on the cards, let alone other kinds of crashes, which we haven't seen coming yet. And so we might sadly see Bitcoin doing its own thing for a little bit more time. And then once Bitcoin's finished, then the altcoin market may move. But again, difficult to predict, but just look at what you can on the TA. But this is a problem. This is the problem with altcoins, Andre. We need this to come down as well, because we don't like uncertainty as risk assets really struggle. But yeah, I hope that answered the question.
He's suggesting me having a beer. I agree with you, Andre. By the sea? I'm a bit far from the sea. I can look at pictures of the sea, but I'm a bit far. But definitely. Where are you in the UK, roughly? Like the camp.
Middle England, essentially. Not Middle Earth, Middle England.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was in Surrey, and then I was in Bristol for a while.
I'm sorry.
No, actually, Surrey was worse because I was in a little. What was it? Red Hill. Oh my goodness. It was not great. And so my first impressions of England was not great. But then eventually I thought, oh, okay, there's actually more than just Red Hill. Somerset was the best for me. Somerset was
because it's as close to the sun as you can get.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've lived in, I gotta tell you, one of the most frustrating experiences I've had since joining Ola Prime is that for the last X amount of years, I've lived right next to a beach, right? And then I moved back to the UK, and then I do a bit of work for Ola Prime, and I don't have a beach, which is perfect for shorts, right? And then there's Michael with his white shirt, open top, his gold chain, walking down the beach saying, look at me, I'm in Mexico having a great time. And his short is automatically 100 million times better than mine, because mine's in a back garden somewhere in England, right? So I'm like, why? I had a great empty beach. I used to live in Uruguay, and all the beaches are empty because it's very, very, very small populace, right? So you could go and film all day. So I'm just, England.
Always. Is it raining right now? Probably raining.
No. Thanks to global warming, it's fine.
Oh wow. Oh yes, it's about to. It's summertime. Oh, you live at the on the seafront near Florianopolis. Florianopolis? Did I say that right? Florianopolis in Brazil. Awesome. Sounds good. Do you like to live right on the beach? Yeah.
Yeah, so Andre, you're living next door to me the last few years when I was in Uruguay, so that's a shame. Now we've got a big ocean between us.
Big ocean. Yeah. Well, I am trying to just quickly have a look at what the NASDAQ is doing because I'm very curious to see if that's going to because the NASDAQ is a weird one. We've always had to look at the sessions and see, looks like it's making lower, and then towards the end of the session, it just completely reverses to the upside. But it is definitely just where I showed you earlier. It's not doing. You're already having a beer. What time is it there in Brazil, Andre? Is it not like 8 o'clock in the morning? Do you have a problem, my friend? We're here for you. We're here for you.
I'm sorry, my dog is just doing something crazy. I'm just going to mute. Just give me a second.
No, don't worry about it. I can't hear it. No, don't worry about the dog. You can't hear her. Oh,
there we go. Sorted.
Are you a dog whisperer? Like what did you say to your dog right now?
Well,
you're not getting any cookies if you don't shut up. Is that what you said?
Sometimes, sadly, but not that time.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Let's why don't we, for the last few minutes, why don't you give us, let's do a 2 and 2 or something. Let's give me a random token. Can you think of anything other than cookie, Jannie, or XRP, and we can have a look?
Yeah, the Chinese yuan. How about that?
No, I don't trade that.
Do you want me to give you a random coin? Look, I mean, you come up with the weirdest name. Like you introduced me to cookie. Who calls a coin cookie? That's weird.
All right. Well, you could go on.
Actually, what about Sol? Which is the one? Which is that one that everybody hates? Isn't that Sol?
Oh, that's so boring. But yeah, let's have a look. No, I've got a setup for Sol. Do something more obscure. Come on, you can do this.
Right.
You could go on the Oliprime website and look at the instruments for cryptos and choose one.
Okay.
Let's do
that. I'm just
speaking of trying to find a trade when we need it.
Hang on. That exists. I'm just using ChatGPT. All right, Casper. KASPA.
We don't do Casper.
Ah, come on.
Try another one.
All right. Try another one. I'll try another one. See what they come up with. Oh, Velas.
I don't think we do that either.
VEL.
Try again.
You're gonna have to email me the list because we can go on like this forever. Oh,
yeah, but I know. Fun. We'll get it. All right. I tell you what, I'll pick one. Let's look at AR. I have no idea what that is. AR. Let's have a look. Maybe
we have a question. I want office else. Nice to see you. Are there some coupon codes you guys are running at the moment? You should be able to find that on the website.
I think there is.
Yeah.
When I checked yesterday, I think there is. What did I say? AR.
AR.
AR. Right. AR. Okay.
Yeah, try. I'm just gonna. Okay. So the code you can try is KAT25.
KAT25.
KAT25. Try that code. You're welcome. All right.
All right. So zooming in. Let's have a look. Have we got a trade from this? Let's have a look. Okay. Not really on first glance. I think my dog's choking. I should probably check she's okay.
Probably, yeah.
But I'm a trader, and this is taking my attention right now. Plus, the vet costs a lot of money. Right.
He's not joking, guys. If you watch, he's not joking.
No, I got a very dry sense of humor. If you're not used
this to this is his fourth dog is it 6 months?
Right. So I think
So
First glance. I'm sorry, Cheeky. Everything's fine. We're just being horrible. Yeah, you can see there's a short trade opportunity here potentially, right? But you're seeing something I'm not. Where's the trade here? Let's have a look. Help me out here, Jannie. Let's have a look at what we got.
No, where are you drawing that line from? Okay, so which time frame are we on? That's the 4 hour.
4 hour.
Okay. What is the? Let's start with the daily, if you don't mind. Let's just have a quick look at the daily and see if there's anything there. Oh, look at that! Isn't that a bounce of support? Or close to support anyway, like a zone there.
It's trying to break out, isn't it, into this zone? That's the premise.
Yeah. So that you don't have that horizontal line drawn properly at that resistance. Which resistance level are you identifying?
It's highly likely when I've just put it on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the one.
I don't know. It's a bit ambiguous, isn't it? I don't know, because yeah. I mean, you should always. I'm looking at this, but you're quite right. You should always look at the most recent price action. But you want to try and get it married up. It is a bit. It's a bit of an area, so I'm gonna put it as an area. So it's clear to me. I think it's just a tiny little area, and this is the game. So let's just turn that red because it's resistance. Right. Okay. So we're trying to break into this range, and we're struggling at the moment. But we did get in there, but we've lost it now thanks to Bitcoin. So this is probably a short trade, but a short-term short trade for sure, right? So what do we want to see now? I think we've probably seen what we want. You could, I mean, this is probably a swipe left. I'm going to be honest with you. You could wait for it to come up here, but haven't got much confluence there. There's a little bit of confluence. Maybe move back down to this channel and then come up. That's maybe a trade you could do once you've established the range, but not seeing much confluence here. Really, let's put some moving averages on. Just right, swipe left. And I think this kind of level of just not seeing it is very important when we're planning trades. A bit of distance between these, not really seeing much love. Need to probably see more price action because this is broken out.
Yes, you need more candles. I mean, for me right now, looking at that, I would probably ideally get a touch of that low. It needs to go all the way to the low.
Yeah. Then you've got maybe some options. But it's this is the challenge, right? If you're trading, because these are trying to recover, but you're trading against like a bit of a bullish fervor, right? And that may be good for Bitcoin, but it can when there is uncertainty, bullish or otherwise, then we have problems. And of course, I don't know what AR's use case is, and I don't know what market cap it is, but maybe but yeah. So I mean, yeah, you could long from here. I mean, that might be an option. You got a little bit of confluence with the 50. If you zoom in again, see what the other moving averages are doing. But again, it looks like it's going to be, yes, there's a bit of compression here between these 2 points, which makes it very difficult to trade. So yeah, I think maybe this is a wait and see, and this is the area which we want to be trading probably. You've obviously got the floor, right? So if it comes down here, there's a long there, no problem, right? That's easy peasy. But I think because of the ambiguity here and these patterns are confusing things a little bit, I would say this is a wait and see, and then we just want to wait for a breakout and then come in with a straightforward retest. I think that's the trade here, but not quite there, I don't think. So
at the moment, like this is a typical, like you identify or just set alerts at the levels of interest, and then you just don't look at it again until you get like an alert. Or how do you get your alert?
Exactly what I do. So I would put an alert here. AR breakout alert. Check. I've got a little bit of a sophisticated Alexa system, so that'll be 3. And the message for 3 on that link is, "Hi Paul, there is a trading opportunity. Please visit your laptop." And that's what I'll wait for. And that is all set up.
Oh, you've got it connected to
Amazon,
which one is it?
Alexa, yeah.
Alexa.
When I was in Caracas, I had a whole smart home deal, and it's just extremely helpful because I have 12 or 13 different alerts. So when I'm out and about, I know if an investment entry's been hit, I know if something's been repoed, I know if I've got stopped out. I know if I've hit my profit, all kinds of stuff. And it just makes it easier to trade, but it took a bit of engineering, if I'm honest. But yeah, so that's the trade. AR, leave that. I'll shut it right down. That alert will wake me up when I need to. But yeah, and that's okay. And I think the difference we're talking about between maybe us and less experienced traders, and we're not trying to, we're all on a journey, and I've got so much I need to learn, and I want to be much better in so many different areas. But the one thing we all did, I think, when we were kind of in amateurs, shall we say, is we get fixated with the chart and we won't leave it alone. We'll just keep trying to find the trade until we convince ourselves that we need to enter. And the reason why I'm like, nah, is because you have to be. And it's okay, especially in crypto, because you're never going to run out. You're never going to run out of assets to trade. So that's why we do that, and it's probably quite an important lesson to see us try and chart something and realize, you know what, it's not a trade, and then move on. It's just as
absolutely
as powerful.
I couldn't agree more. Andre is now making demands because he's now on his fourth beer. Probably he said DXY analysis. That's it. All right, Andre, let's have a quick look at the DXY, right? The dollar index. Well, this week it looks like we're probably going to close below, right? I don't think it's going to pull back here, right? So this is the weekly time frame. So the next target will be this 97.935. It's going to take that out, right? Highly probable. This is the weekly time frame. But if you look at the daily time frame, you'll see that we had this little bullish inside candle finding support on this level here. This is not the daily support level. This is the weekly support level, right? I'm just on the daily time frame right now. But today, just completely broke that support level. I mean, it's highly probable that we're going to get a close below the support level. So it's not looking good for the dollar index. This is going to come lower. I'm not saying without any wicks, right? I don't talk about just straight drop, but the dollar index is going to move lower over time. It's going to move much, much lower. The dollar index, or the dollar, is in just a very strong decline. This is going to go much lower. This was the when we got this hammer formation right on the support level. That's also when I was bearish on the pound US dollar, hoping for a deep pullback. We got a pullback, but it wasn't as deep as I would have liked it. But this candle, yeah, if you look at this weekly candle, look at that big wick to the upside, right? That's a rejection. And this is your pullback of the support level. That is the pullback. It's over now. Thank you.
Sorry, folks, it's over. It's done.
No, I'm reading what Andre says. Thank you very much. Listen, I'm opening another beer. Yeah, good on you, mate. It's Friday. Have a beer. I hope you had a good week at least. In your trading. That's probably why you have.
Are we doing cliche drinking? Is it a Corona? What are we doing? Right. Drinking. Right.
Yeah. What beers do they have there in Brazil? Yeah. So this hammer formation, this candle is definitely not hold. It's not going to hold. It's going to come down. So next week maybe a little push to the upside, and then I don't know how long it's going to take. Nobody does, but just based on this, it's going to come lower, right? So if that's the case, then you really want to, position yourself for trades. Like, it needs to make technical sense as well. I showed you on the pound US dollar, the longer term view is definitely bullish. We just broke out of the weekly resistance on the pound US dollar in an uptrend, and I showed you the targets where it can potentially go. But now you just need to identify support resistance levels and trade off those levels. Just keep it like really straightforward. Don't overcomplicate it. Once you get like in this analysis paralysis mode, which is actually that's when you're gonna like get so confused you won't know what to do. That's when you need this is my trading journal, right? I write in this like every day I write in this thing. And it's so interesting. And I prefer to write it down with a pen instead of a Word document. I don't know. Like, it's so difficult to explain. But when you actually write it down, it's so much more powerful. I know it sounds weird.
The dipping of the quill.
It's just like you connect to like, and you because you slow down your thinking, you know.
Because when you're obviously writing, and obviously typing is the same, but when you're writing, you're obviously you are doing something kinesthetic, right? Which helps.
Yes, you involve a sense, another sense. Yeah. But yeah, very useful. And when you like, and the trades with that usually goes wrong and so on is typically this analysis paralysis. And then you look at your best trades. It's like, oh, that was such an obvious one. It was so easy. It just came to a monthly support level or a daily support level, and there was just this engulfing candle. It was that's the whole point, right? Like, wait for those obvious setups where the opposite is very unlikely to happen. You know, but even those can also fail. I know that, and they do so from time to time. But that is really.
What's your cake, Mom?
Jannie, this is a book from your cake. Oh, you probably mean from this is you mean it's like a recipe book? Yeah, it is a recipe book. It is a recipe book, but for trading, not for cakes. Yeah, not for cakes.
Well, I do hope, Andre, you're enjoying your selection of Corona. It sounds very nice.
It definitely is. You can tell.
Thanks for joining us and enjoying the week. And we're very jealous. So,
yeah. Well, you enjoy that. But we have now come to the end of our session. So, Andre, and want to. I'm really sorry. And the guy who asked about. The discount coupon, Lola, everybody else watching, thanks for watching. Paul, it was great to see you today, as always. But have a great weekend, my friend, and we'll be back next week. Thanks for watching, guys. The next session starts in half an hour from now. So from us, have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Hello, everybody. We are live. We're just waiting for Aymane and Michael. Michael has just come in. Michael, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm great. I'm great, Sam. What about yourself?
Not bad, not bad. We'll just wait for Aymane and we can get the show on the road. How's your trading day been?
I'm getting my rear end kicked today.
Oh, not good, not good.
No.
Mine wasn't great either, to be honest.
It's because it's Friday. I swear I'm gonna take off Friday trading days off my list because it only happens on this day. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah. I mean, pre-market, the market was insane for me. But when it actually opened, Aymane's here. Hello, Aymane.
Hello.
Hey man, what's up, man?
Michael, how are you doing, guys?
Awesome,
Not
awesome.
bad.
Besides getting my butt handed to me today, I don't know. it's that Friday. I was just telling Sam. It's because it's Friday.
Just Friday. Any trades today? Any good trades? But
It happens. It happens.
Yeah, I actually
took
took two, and neither one of them.
I wouldn't say.
Oh, my bad. What'd you say, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a bit of a delay, but yeah, I mean, I took a couple of trades, all very small scalps. Like I'm talking micro scalping, so I'm not up much, but I'm not down. So it's just the market didn't really move. Pre-market, it crashed like crazy, dropped so hard, and then I was looking to short the market. As it got into areas, it moved down a bit, but it just started ranging. And I'm looking at it now, and it really hasn't done much as a whole. Pretty boring market, but I do still think it's going to drop at some point. But I have it dropping a little bit. Needs to get a little bit higher, and then we should see a nice drop. So hopefully in this session. What about you, Aymane?
for me, no trades Friday.
Oh, you sound like Bane or something.
Yeah, something is going on with the stream today.
Yeah. The voice is not that.
Oh, that's Aymane. I think that's you, Aymane.
Yeah. You sound like a super villain.
Yeah, you sound like Thanos.
Okay, let me check.
Do I sound okay to you, Sam?
Yeah, Michael, you sound fine.
Okay, same to you. I think it's Aymane.
Maybe now it's better.
Yeah, you sound fine now.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay,
That was quite cool. Whatever effect that was actually not bad. I took no trades.
Robot voice. Like blue horseshoe loves Endicott steel.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The market today, pre-market, as you said, Sam, it dropped very, very strong, and because of like Trump have some, like he comments about he will put tariff on the 1st of June for the European Union. So we saw that big push to the downside. So yeah,
I thought it was Trump related. Whenever I see a huge push down now on the S&P, I'm like, what has he done now? What has he said? What has he tweeted?
Right, but there's something going on.
So, but at least it wasn't during when I was trading, so I didn't get caught in it or anything. If it's gonna happen pre-market, it's fine. Yeah, do it in the pre-market. That's good with me.
yeah. Like on just for the traders, when you see those type of comments, just be careful for the volatility and check always the ATR, because don't trust much the candlesticks. You can see a small candle, but you see 40 points, 50 points. So
yeah.
When you see an increase of volatility, always check the ATR. That's actually what I do. So yeah, it's.
I agree. Let's get some charts up. All right, let me pull up my charts real quick.
Yeah.
I got that music.
Did
in
you
my
take
head.
any trades today, Aymane?
No trades.
Wise.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what? I was just telling Sam, one of these days I'm gonna stop trading on Fridays because I'll go last. I'm getting hit right now. Nothing to close just yet, but every position I have is going against me.
No problem. So, if it gets up here, I'm definitely looking to potentially short it. If we get up to that zone right here, nice gap. Definitely, but it'll be a scalp short. I'm not going to be targeting, the lows or anything like that. Gonna be a nice short, maybe back to the point of control, something like that. So I got an alert set. I also tried out a new charting platform for today, which was quite fun. Not bad, similar to TradingView, but yeah, it's got a depth of market. So I was trying to, trade on by analyzing on this, but my eyes are not 100% used to it yet. But it's actually pretty good. I like that they got the delta percentages and stuff at the bottom, which is nice. But so I can show it actually using this platform, very similar to TradingView. What was I going to show? Right, what I do like is that the delta is in bars. So whenever you see like a push up and we get into like an area of resistance and you get this huge delta to the upside, there's always going to be, not always, but so often the market will reverse, at least for a bit. And you can see it crystal clear because of the delta, the way it's presented. But let me go back to TradingView. It's just a little bit easier for me to use right now. But yeah, if we do get here, I'm definitely looking to short it. I did short the market earlier around like this area here. Again, same idea. Obviously, the volume profile has changed, but if I go to how it would have looked at the time, you would see a huge drop of volume. So if you go like here, for example, yeah, you see where this volume just drops off and there's no volume in here. So as soon as we get to that area, it's going to have a rejection of some kind. When we got there, I shorted it a few times, quite a few times actually. I shorted it, I think like 2 or 3 times, because it would range. And I would get in, get out, get in, get out, get in, get out. So very small trades, nothing big, but also not terrible. So I'm pretty happy. I'm done for today, unless we get up to here, which I think we will. Hopefully very soon we'll get up to here and then we can actually get in the trade. I might as well start loading it up, potentially getting ready for the entry. Need indices, S&P. Here we are.
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. The NASDAQ.
You can try, Sam. It's Friday. Come on, Sam.
When you're an S&P trader, you kind of look down on the NASDAQ. It's just like, it's for beginners.
Sam, it's Friday. Come on, it's same chart. Just you can click buy on the.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the NASDAQ.
It's hilarious.
Let's see if it's. Oh, it is very similar. You got a lovely gap right here.
Even better gap. You can see more clearly the gap.
Should I trade the NASDAQ? All right, fine.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, fine. If this trade loses, I'm blaming you.
If you hit on this trade, you about to be converted, Sam.
I will blame you. This is your fault. If this trade does not work out, you're taking the L here, Aymane.
But wait a minute. If you hit TP, you switch to NQ, to NASDAQ.
one day a week.
No, at least
one
on the
day
live stream. At least if it hit TP every day on live stream, I want you to trade NQ.
Okay. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm
Mhm.
gonna enter a trade like this. So it has to hit TP, right?
No,
Yeah.
actually, Trump is speaking now, so we could see some movement. You can put GP there.
That will be the trade. All right, let's have a look. Let's get in. Hopefully, oh, we're getting very close now. All right, let's drop into the footprint. See what we see. Oh, I haven't got the depth of market. I need to change it to NQ. Okay, this is always so complicated to do. All right, I'm not going to use the depth of market. It's fine. I won't need it. It's fine. See, this is why the S&P is better. I've got it all set up already for the S&P. You know. See, NASDAQ doesn't even want to get up there. It's being a bit funny. What about the S&P? Where is that at? Oh, okay. I think S&P's actually got a trade. Oh, they're both at the same time. This is annoying. Oh, S&P just alerted me. Okay, I'm doing S&P.
Okay.
It got there first. 21,400 on the delta. Dun, 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 dun. Where's S&P? S&P 5. Let's just have a quick double check. Why is this not moving? All right, I want that delta pushing a bit. We're in the gap. Yeah, I'm happy to enter. We're going to sell it. Not enough margin. Oh, damn. I don't even know what lot size to use on this platform. I'm just going to enter with 1. I don't know. There we go. I've yet to do any of the calculations. I have no idea what I've just said. Oh, it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Like, if it went just extra 20 points, I will sell also, but I will wait at 21,050 for the NASDAQ. Yeah,
I will jump in the NASDAQ as well. Let me just set my stop loss. So at the bottom of that wick on the 15-minute. So if I switch to a 15-minute, bottom of that wick, something like that. And I could probably get away with a bit of a bigger take profit. All right, cool. That one's in. Getting the sellers are coming in. The buyers, a little push up from the buyers. So really, realistically, if we break that high, I'm anyway going to want to probably be looking at getting out and getting at a better price. Let's just move that over. Yeah, I kind of want to go back to the point of control, I would say, which is on a 15-minute chart. Where's the point of control? It would be just above the wick at 530. All right. Oh, yeah. So my take profit is pretty much accurate. Cool. All right, we're in a trade. Again, simple gap of volume. There should be some kind of rejection. Hopefully it pushes down enough. I am liking how it's all red. Depth of market, I want to see this go all, like the time and sales go all red would be nice as well. But very hard to track the time and sales. I mean, as you see, it moves so quick. But the depth of market, I don't see anything terrible. But it's, yeah, this is not looking too bad. I don't like how all these, it lights up green at certain areas. Delta percent, 6%. I like that was a 20% delta right there on this candle. That's quite good. Usually when a delta percent is quite high near the top, there can be a reversal. So yeah, it's not looking too bad. Let me check on the 5-minute how it's looking on the footprint. No one's really trapped. I can imagine it will play around this area for a little bit before it might push down. But yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty happy. We'll let it roll. So it might take a little bit of time. In fact, let me look at NQ. How quickly? Oh man, no wonder. I was looking at the footprint of the NQ. I wasn't even looking at the S&P footprint. Damn. Oh, okay. Well, this is
Some good signs.
this is worrying, man. How can I make such an error? But what I do like is there was 1,000 contracts right at the top here. Now, hopefully, these people remain quite trapped and the market doesn't push up too much higher. Because there's a lot of volume right at the top there. It's pushing up higher. It's not good. I don't want to see that. What's the delta percent? 30% on the delta. Okay, that is quite good. I'm not going to lie. That is quite good. That means they're getting absorbed. So we'll give it a bit of time. We'll give them a bit of room. It could go anywhere in this area. If I want to find out the exact area, what I can do actually, just make the row size a bit smaller. I should be able to spot exactly where I would expect the gap is. So the gap starts right here and technically ends here. All right, cool. So, oh yeah, and you can see that. Look at that. Look at the wick touched the moment the gap started. There is definitely a bit of a rejection there, which is good. That is fine. That is fine. So anywhere within this area you can go to, as long as there's some kind of rejection at some point, I'll be happy. Let's go back to the 5. We'll let that roll.
It's funny for these intraday moves for me, drilling down to like the 15 minute on NQ, US 30, and S&P is actually nice moves. You see, they're all really, really close. They're going a little higher than we would really want them to be. To short.
Do you want to show it?
Yeah. I'll show it really quick. I'm
in on NQ shorts.
You in NQ shorts right here? Show us why. I'm actually just curious to even notice myself.
Sorry?
Because all of these look short, but they don't look short right. Just not yet.
Yeah. Should I share my screen?
Yeah. Go right ahead.
Yeah. By all means. By all means.
Because I'm waiting for one of these too, but I'm not gonna take it right now. I want to see.
All right, you're in.
I want to see something else.
So actually, it's pushing against, but so basically, like if you see the 15-minute, the way I draw my zones. Sorry, 30 minutes. So before we had this push, so we took the previous candle high and we closed red and we got the continuation. So this is the low of the candle, this is the high of the candle, and here we touch it here. And when we check the footprint, so in the footprint of 15 minutes, we have some big cluster at the top. So we start to have some let's say absorption from here. Yes, for now it's continuing, but I'm expecting at least a reaction to come back to this 164. So in terms of the 4 hour, if you remember guys, I had this 4 hour demand yesterday and I was saying that the price could react from here, but I am not trading Friday to buy here, and also like the sentiment was strong. I couldn't trade the buy from here. So for the sell, it's a 30-minute supply. 30-minute supply. The way I draw supply is simple. It took the previous candle high with this wick, closed red. We got straight continuation, and yeah, that's the trade. I'm expecting at least this is. We could see a reaction first from here. If we went down, we could see a reaction from the 21,000 psychological level also, and the first TP should be like the 20,960, or it could do the opposite of what I said and just fly higher. So I just like also like just here, like we struggle a little bit, and now we are having a little bit a clean push. So we could see like a retracement back to this demand right here based on this supply. If we check the daily, so the daily actually the daily charts, yeah. So let's start first with the weekly. I don't know if you remember, guys, like when we start the week, we had this big candle from last week, and I was expecting similar what happened here, but touching this supply here, and I mentioned that I want to sell from here. Maybe we could have some switch of the sentiment, but you can see that we took this previous candle, the previous weekly high, but we didn't touch the supply, and we coming back. The daily we could close in the range. There is also possibility to close inside this daily candle, to close inside back this small range, but just based on the 30 minutes unmitigated, we never touched this supply right here. So I'm expecting at least a reaction back to this demand. You can see here this demand. We took the previous candle low, we closed green, and we're having continuation. So this I will be monitoring this demand to see how the price will react. But so far it looks okay. I like to sell in those big candles. I know it's risky sometimes to enter in a momentum candle, but yeah, let's see how the price will react here and then here, and we will see. Yep.
Nice. Very good.
This is very interesting because right now, to me, it looks like this thing can fly higher and take everybody out, or y'all about to get a great price and it's going to close how it needs to close and then go short. One of the two is about to happen right now.
Guys, real quick, can you see my camera?
No, it went out.
No. Some.
All right, I'm going to leave the studio and re-enter. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. So you like at certain points, yes, I can see also it can fly higher. So for me, I am trading just the retracements back to those demands.
Yeah.
Because just we are touching the supply that it's unmitigated. We never retested before, and yeah, so we are having some big orders here at the top. So I would like the maximum it can go. It's right here. So 21,090 to see a retracement.
Yeah,
So
for me that's the Asia low. It's basically the Asia low. You don't want to see it go past or dip into the Asia low.
It's okay. So for me, like we have if you can see Michael here, minus 152. So this is basically the biggest cluster in all this 1 hour candle. So this is for me, like we could see some sort of reaction here, because if we broke this big cluster here, yeah, like even if we are coming to this cluster, let's say slow, and we are retesting it, coming back, retesting it, we could break it. So I want to see like the price is rejecting this 21,090 level, and my stop is 21,114. So yeah, let's check the 1 minute how it look like.
Yeah, this is a bad trade. This is not gonna work. I don't think it's broken through that gap.
We need to close below all of this. Basically, this is in prime position to run all the way up. I want to see this turn around first and then short this. Basically,
actually, we could see some actions now. 5 minutes before 30-minute candle close. So actually, I would like it to flip and close red. Of course, it's a little bit tough, but I would like this 30 minutes.
I think this trade is bad.
Let me grab the screen real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I got this set up too, actually. So I'm ready to take this. Actually, it's right here. It's the NASDAQ 100. This needs to. Y'all can see my screen.
Yep.
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 Okay. I want to see this close below this first, and then I'll be interested in taking this. But before that, no. This thing can continue to rise up. Now we might get a little area where this could bounce off. Oh, whoops! I did not mean to do that. That bad. This could easily come from here, come up here, you know, and then bounce. I could see that happening. But right now, with this blue tracer sitting here, they dip it into this zone right now. We got one zone and we got two zones. I want to see this close. I want this to close like this, down here. And I'll gladly take this trade like this. Gladly. Right in session. Gladly. But before this happens, this thing could easily just keep going higher, like easily. We already have a close, and that's why I like the 13 EMA. This last candle, which is the damn near shook candle, this last one right here that closed above this, nah, this is actually not good at all. This thing, this is almost saying, hey, I got some more juice in me to go higher. Now, I do like everything else. I will totally admit I like everything else about this. This is still short. This is a short trade all day, right? I think we talked about this little motion off of here yesterday, which was a little bit late in the day, but yeah, this needs to come off this level first. Let's get some red in here and see this close down around here, which is mainly below this red 13 EMA on the 15-minute chart. If I see this close below this price, then I'll take this back to the lows of the day. But before this, no, this thing it can go either way. And this is actually on all three setups, right? So this is just NAS. We can get to US 30. I don't know what this is. I'm gonna delete this. Same exact thing. We want to see this come below this 13. This one actually is a little bit better, to be honest. It's a little bit closer. And we have a full 1-for-1, as you can see right here, to the 80R low. So this will be decent. You can actually expect to take this down here, or like closer around here. So this is, I would say, second. And then we got this one. Same exact move. All these moves look just the same. But I want to see this close below this 13 first. And the higher this goes, the lower the stop loss. I'm sorry, the lower the shorter the TP that is. A 1-for-1 is around right here. That's decent. We'll take it right here. It'd be like 0.77, but you could also expect to be right here. But either way, I don't really want to touch this until it gets around here. And again, I think this is like that slight variance where I just need that extra level of confirmation. This close below the 13 EMA, as you can see. On this one, close below. On this one, close below. And on this one, close below the 13 EMA. This thing is primed to keep going higher right now. Especially since we got a close below this. Above this 50 EMA right here. So this close right here above all of this is not good for shorts, not at all. And then this happened on all three pairs. S&P, this happened on US 30, and it's happened on NAS 100. This is short, but it's not. I can't take this until this pulls off this high right here and then comes down. And what I also like about all of these is we got on the TDI, we got the RSI line and signal line above the static for short, which is perfect. Perfect on that one. RSI line above the static, above the market baseline. Perfect on this one. Same thing here. RSI line and signal line above the market baseline again. Perfect. All three of these are perfect to setting up, but to be in it right now, it's a little early to the party. Just a little bit. And they could not even do it. Like we might even get a move that looks something like this and then drops. Now, if this will happen all the way in this session, probably not. It's Friday. You know, we never really know what's going to happen with these. But I just want to see something more like this. Right? And I don't even have to have two legs, to be honest. I could have one leg. I could just have this. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. I could have this too. And then drop. I don't care. I care about the close below this price right here. That's what I care about the most.
Yeah. So
these are all right there on the edge of it, but a little too high. Like this, it looked like all this is what I mean when I always say trap move on Friday, right? Because look at my positions for the day, y'all. I'm down 396. All my positions are out of whack right now. All of them. And I'm gonna start with crude oil. Then I'll go to Cat Swiss. Then I'll go to GJ. Crude oil, which is so interesting. I told y'all I'm gonna swing this trade, which I never really do, but I'm about to swing this bad boy because it's right here. It's right here to take this. I deleted this from yesterday. All right, we got the beautiful 5200 cross over here. And this is why I don't like Fridays, because this thing gets weird. Like, it's so weird to me. And I don't want to close this trade. For one, my rules haven't told me to do that. But two, I can't let them shake me out of a position that I know is right, or I think is right. Like, but that I'm not going to do. And this is where it comes to I would say, you know, just what your data tells you. For one, I can't close this yet because I don't have a close above on a daily yet. If this closed, we're looking at it right here. If this price closes above this on this chart today, then yeah, then it would say, damn, well, you're supposed to close this. At that point, it's Friday. It's a little late to close it, right? Because you can't close it on Saturday or Friday close. But this is like right here. So I want this to come back down, at least, you know, below the 13. So I'm still locked in on this trade. Like, it hasn't really said to close it just yet. Right? But in addition to this is a nice setup. I told y'all yesterday that this was good. This is a really good trade. We came down. Price has not touched the 200. Nowhere in here until here. We got this nice 21, what I would call 21 trade. You would think that this would just go straight down, but of course it can't do that. That would just be way too easy of a trade to take, right? It would have to do something like this, right? Now we got this action. Comes down, hits this, and then drops, right? So this trade is still intact, you know, for shorts on crude oil. It's just going against me right now. We still got the market baseline outside the band. Whoops. We got outside the band here, inside the band. Market baseline is going below the static at this point. Everything about this is still very nice. Very nice. Maybe we got this nasty pullback because of this, whatever was said earlier today. I'm not really sure. But this is still very much in play. You can easily see this M structure, right? This is right here. And mind you, my entry is right here. So even to wait for this to come back up, actually, I'm sorry, my entry, this is one entry that I have. My second entry is actually all the way up here. I just like to leave this because if it was, I know I'm right above this piece. So I'm not even out the money much on this particular trade. We just had this was nice for a long time, right? Taking this trade here, it was below. We just got this one huge green candle that just came up, touched everything. And for me, just from like my experience, the last thing I want to do is get shaken out by a candle that looks like this.
Yeah.
Imagine being right, seeing this candle and getting spooked, and then you close it and this thing drops hard after that. Like, nah, hell no. It's like a rookie close. I'm not closing it just yet. This is still very much in play. Now, again, if this closes above all of this, which will be the 200 EMA on the daily at this point, I'm sorry, the 50 EMA on the daily today, then yeah, now it's probably time to close it, which I wouldn't be able to do until Sunday, which, again, is a little bit different. But this trade is still very, very, very nice right now. Let me delete all this, and I'll just put this back because I got too many in here. Yeah, we right here and right here. Boom. All right, cool. So yeah, this is still very, very, very nice trade. A part of me wants to take this again, but because this is a nice pullback, but I'm not gonna put too much on this position just because of where it's at right now.
I think last week Friday you trade also oil, or not?
Yep, I took this trade last week on Friday, but I took it long. I think I talked yesterday about the Windy Roads trade, so it was long last Friday, right? I took this trade here at this close, going long, one candle over. Yeah, I took it right here, going long. And this wick took me out at take profit, which was weird because I didn't even mean to put it there. I meant to put it up here. But it took me out, and then I seen this wick, and I'm like, damn, that was a little interesting because they challenged this area right here. Right? This area right here. I'm not a wick person. I like the body. The wicks is just a rejection. So for this to reject this whole area like this and come all the way back down here, that's not good for longs, like to me. I want to see body touching this. That'll give me much more confidence that this is still going long. Even now, how we got this wick above this price right here, that's not really enough for me. This to me just tells me, hey, they brought price up to a certain point. Oh, my bad. Let me scoot this over. They brought price up to a certain point right here, activated or triggered the longs here. Maybe they wiped the spread, took it on here, maybe even here. This is three nice areas. Blue tracer, 80 or high, 200 EMA. Nice area to trap traders going long, just to yank this right back from them and close all the way down here and continue to go short. Right? So they're shaking trees is what I call it right now. And it makes it a little bit more intimidating because it's on a Friday. So it's just that much more intimidating a bit. But this trade is still locked in, like very much so. Now, my other two trades, CAD Swiss and GJ, we'll go to GJ first. This bad boy is just not acting right, like literally. So, and this is what I call Friday action all day long. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Right, we got our 5,200 cross. We know we're in level 2, right? And we know we're looking for M's off this 200. A blind man can see that this is a beautiful M right off this 200, right? You couldn't take this all the way down here. That's way too short. That's why I waited for the pullback up here. That's why this position made it an equal 1-for-1, basically. Now, once it gets to here, either way, I will move my stops to break even, as long as it's halfway there, which this is 0.73. So, of course, I have my stop to break even if this was to bounce back. That's totally fine. But my projected profit area is right here, right at this low, right? 103, 105, equal 1-for-1, basically. So let me delete this just to make it a little bit more clear. But we do have a beautiful setup here as well, guys. Now, we do have a funky M here, but guess what? That doesn't count. Why? Because the 5,200 has not crossed until right here. The M happened over there. This doesn't mean anything. Hence why it didn't go anywhere. Look at this. M. And it didn't go anywhere. Came right back here. That's because it's not a real M. You need this right here. 5,200 cross. In addition to that, you need the market baseline to go below the static, which is over here. So once this comes down, touches this, This is an M, right? Now this closed pretty low, but that's why I had my entry, as you guys can see. Let's see. Wait, this is GJ. Look at my entry on GJ. My field price is 192.78. Right? So 192.78. 192.78 is all the way right here. So we waited for a nice pullback on this trade, right? Like nearly, you want it to come to here, 85 really, because this is the retest of what area you think it would go to, right? But either way, we had a nice, your stops actually goes, oh, let's see this. Your stops needs to go above all of this. It has to, right? This is the test area. The outside structure right here. You got the outside the band right here. Next one, I always say outside the band is right here. Inside the band, right? On the chart, this came to the exact same price down there. But on the TDI, it didn't. We got outside the band, and this one is inside the band. That's how you know this right here is the outside structure. Right? And then additionally, this looks like this is too short. But let's pull this on down to here. We right at the 1-for-1. So this makes sense at this point. And if you see, it's kind of pulling off this level just a little bit right now. So this is actually a beautiful setup. The only thing I don't like about this is it happened on Friday. That's the only thing. Like any other day, this trade would be intact. It's just,
and Monday is a holiday.
Yep.
No.
Monday and Friday, I always say it's trap move days, y'all. Like every day, I always say this. So I don't really like to trade Mondays and Fridays, but I still feel a way about what I think is a perfect strategy and setup, you know, to not take it. Because it's a fine line to walk between, oh, you're not supposed to take it because of your rules, and oh, you're scared to take the trade. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fine, very fine line to walk through. So me, for the most part, I just lean on, you know, the data as far as like, hey, is this your setup? Yes. I got 5 setups, and that's what I'm prone to just taking, you know, just automatically. I do think that, again, Mondays and Fridays, I kind of want to tone it down maybe a little bit, because majority of my losses comes on Fridays, which is the weirdest thing. But, you know, that's what the data tells me. And I got to just be careful with it. But sometimes I can't help myself. Like, this is perfect. This is my exact strategy set up any other day. But why did this happen like this? I don't know. It's because it's Friday. Like, this works any other day. It's the weirdest thing. But it's something about that Friday that just messes.
It's I agree with you 100%. Like, if you just check, I don't know, Sam, for you, if you notice that, but even the numbers on the delta on the footprints are not the same on Fridays. When I checked today, also, like the footprints, it's not the same like on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we talked, I think, last week about this. Maybe Sam, they said maybe they are exiting, or maybe they are. So there is something about Friday. Sometimes Monday was also.
Yeah.
So
Friday is my worst day of the week. Monday is my second worst day of the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, golden. Like if I get a setup that happens Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm all over it. Like my data tells me that this should work. But Fridays and Mondays, man, it's weird. I don't even know. I'm still
just
gathering.
Quick updates if I can share. Because I don't like how it's approaching the zone. And
oh, 1 second, I have to switch it.
Oh yeah,
I am in control. Here we go.
so we had this big push, that's where we enter, and we had some big clusters here at the top. One thing I didn't like is we didn't take this previous candle high. Yes, when we were coming down, this is 30-minute delta chart, so we start to create some big clusters here. Yes, the candle didn't close yet, and we are approaching this demand that I mentioned earlier. So I am going to go break even because I didn't notice that I had a zone here. You can see this candle here. We took the previous candle low with this wick and closed green, and we got the continuation. So basically, it's yeah. This is also a fresh demand that was created. You can see here took the previous low,
Yeah.
previous candle low, close green. We start getting continuation. So I'm gonna go break even here or just close it because I don't like it much. So it's better to just to go break even.
It's a smart thing to do.
Maybe yeah, maybe if it comes here down and I see some good absorption, maybe I will buy from somewhere here to target some just this high right here, but we will see. But
Nice.
just before I give you Michael, sorry, yeah, just
No,
because
no,
we were
you're
talking
fine.
about the we are talking about like the price action is not same Fridays, like even in the footprint, like just if we can just check quickly, let's say 5 minutes. It's not similar like this candle for me here, like we took this previous low, close green, and we have minus 269 at the, like it's not comfortable for the eye to watch. You see that there is something on Fridays, and also like on the price action, maybe for some like traders who are watching, they don't understand what I mean, what we mean with it's not the same on Fridays. Just take it like you have your demand, for example, but on Fridays most of the time we take out more lows and then we come back to the demand and then we go higher. So in Friday, price action is not 100% similar like previous days due to, I don't know, which could be, as Sam said, like we are exiting position, like the big hedge fund or something, like they are exiting or they are positioning themselves maybe for long term or something like this. But yeah, I just want to mention this. So I think it's gonna take out here break even. So yeah, sorry, Michael.
Oh, it is totally fine. This is what I mean, right? So this is actually coming off of a level to me that just looked like this thing not about to come back down. This thing about to keep going long. And reason being is it closed above this certain point. So let's get into these top three here. Let's go to this 15. Oh, let me delete this too. Yeah, I don't like that it closed above this like this, right? Like I just want it to come out here, touch it, but I don't want it to close above this. It looks like it's about to keep going higher. I don't think we about to get a close below this price now. This 13. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I don't really know, but the fact that it closed above this blue tracer right here, this area with this one candle with little to no wicks, nah. That's not good to me. And it's probably happened to all three of them. Yeah, so that one did the same thing. All right, we can scoot this up a little bit. Right? And then this last one too, S&P. Same thing. They all close above that little point. That I don't like. If it comes down here and closes below this is a short. I'm gonna short this thing. But if it don't do that, I'm gonna just stand aside. Maybe NAS 100 will work. I don't know. We'll see. It's still kind of early, just a little bit. It's only 2. We still got an hour and a half on these things, but these look long at this point. They did a fake trap move. We had close high, last one closed low. If this closes above this area right here, this is not about to go short. It's about to keep going long at this point. All three of them. So let's see how these next 15 minutes go, because it could easily close above this and it's gonna be long, or it could easily close below all of this and it's gonna be short. It's like right in the mix of of actually seeing something. Did this take you out of break even just now?
Yep, just now.
Yep.
Yeah, just shot up.
Yeah.
This right now looks more long than short, but anyway, I was on. So that was GJ that I was on before, right? Yeah. So that was GJ. Let's kind of scoot this down a bit. Yeah, we're on 1 hour. Yep, I'm gonna end up having to close these, y'all. That's how bad this is. In 10 minutes, I'm gonna have to close these if this happens like this. Because one, you see the RS. This is what I was saying. I have two exit signals. One is you see the RSI line has already crossed above the signal line. That's just one. That's one of my two exit criteria. But two, let's zoom into this. You see the 13 the price didn't close above the 13 yet. Not really on this one. It's super close. Or maybe it did actually. It looked like it actually did. It's so close. I don't like to take when it's that close. Like I want to give it a pip or two. But this is definitely about to close above, not just the 13, but the 52. I will have to close these at this point.
And also the 4-hour candle will close, I think, in 8 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, your 4-hour.
No. Yeah, this one got 3 hours on it.
So maybe if you switch to Wanda.
Oh, to Oanda.
Because my charts, like the 4-hour candle will close.
Oh,
in 7
that's
minutes.
so interesting. You're right. It's closing in 7 minutes. That is strange. Dang, Amy, you just dropped a nugget just now.
No, just for me, basically based on the like my chart, 4-hour candle is closing on 7 minutes. So
Dang, that's strange. So for me, like Eastern typically is 9:15.
But you are in 1 hour, not 4 hour.
Oh, so yeah, so no, it's the same.
Okay.
All right, so never mind. Take back what I just said.
Friday effect.
All right, that doesn't even matter at this point.
Sam, what is there any GBP GPY on futures or not? Maybe just
so,
GBP
USD. What it's
USD.
called. Pound US dollar is 6B on futures.
6B, yeah.
Yeah.
GBP,
and Euro
GPY.
is 6E. JPY.
No, I think it's not major.
I forget what JPY. Yeah, Google it.
It's a cross.
I know CAD is C. So it'll be like 6C or something. Yeah. But again.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. Like these closing, I mean, we still got 5 minutes on it, but this closing above these last two is not good. Like not at all. Not for shorts, at least. Anyway, those are I'm probably have to close that. And then my other one was Cat Swiss. I want to show this real quick. Like even my Cat Swiss position is way out. Let's see. Yeah, like look at this. I'm down almost more than 1% right now. I might end up taking Fridays off my list.
Yeah, normally, Michael, when you trade Fridays, you trade a little bit light, not much. But I saw this Friday.
So the thing is, right? Yeah.
You went all in.
You're right. And it's funny, right? Because typically on Fridays, I'll put it on a half a position. And I didn't do that today. I put on my full position on both of these trades. Both of them. I'm not worried about crude oil because that's a little bit different. That's like I'm swinging that one. But let me take these off. I don't even know why it's up here. But CAD Swiss and GJ today, man, these are interesting trades. Like I don't even know. So we went over GJ earlier today, but same thing here, right? We got the 5200 cross right here, right? We know just as always, we're looking for that M off the 200. This thing came down. Oh, whoops. This thing came down, right? Down, up, down. I even waited. Look at my position on GJ, on Cat Swiss. I got in at 59.66. 59.66 is 59.66 is right here. So nice pullback and everything. I was even patient enough to not jump in so low. I waited for it to pull all the way back to my price, and it still didn't work. This is some real. This is why I don't like Fridays right here. It just goes berserk sometimes. Even just check this out. Outside the band, outside structure, inside the band, market baseline is above the static. Make the reload down. It just didn't work out today. Fridays are BS.
I took a small scalp, if I can. Sorry, Michael, again.
Yeah.
Also, we'll get to the comments, Robert, in a moment. I see you left quite a few, so we'll read them out in a minute.
So basically, we visit the highs again, and I saw this 58 at the top. So a little bit of momentum sold directly. I'm targeting those lows. Stop loss just normally I don't want to put it straight away above those highs. If you remember, guys, yesterday trade, like I sold from here and it stopped me. We exit, but if I stayed, it will stop me out just by a little bit. So basically, this is pure just absorption and waits absorption, and this, let's say, big candle into the supply, wait for the next candle to show you a little bit of momentum. So the target is just this low here. I would like to see this low get taken and I'm out, because we are in a demand area here. So and yes, it's good that it's pushing hard, but at the same time it's not good, because we could repeat the same pattern here, push hard and then go back to break. So yeah, so this is the target here, just those lows. Let's I want to 1.6.
Give me a quick second, guys. My bad. 1 second.
Yeah. So
yeah, I took a short as well. Pretty much identical to what you did, but I think I'm getting out of it at a small win. I don't think it's time for it to drop just yet.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to drop just yet. I think that was a fake.
This drop.
Yeah, not yet. I have it dropping a little bit higher, but it looked like on the footprint, it looked like it wanted to drop. But I got in, but I'm already out now. Just like a tiny scalp, but I think I was wrong on that one. I think I'm going to be more patient, wait for it to actually hit the gap, because it didn't actually hit it. Got close, but it didn't actually hit it. So I think it still needs to push up a little bit more, and then I'll go in again, and then that one I'll hold. But we shall see.
Yeah,
we shall see. I'll be very annoyed if it actually drops now, but I know you're in a sell, so maybe I shouldn't say that, but I will be slightly.
It's okay, Tom.
I just want to go up a little bit. That's it. Not like majorly. Not to stop you out, Aymane. Just like a little bit, so I can get in again, and then it can drop down.
I don't like much. Okay, I want to see straight continuation when this 5 minutes open, because we have here some buyers here got absorbed. So let's see if we will get straight continuation. Straight continuation. Okay.
Yeah, if they close above this is a long. I'll take this long, but I won't short this at this point. See that high on that green candle and that red candle. My bad, on the other time frame that you were just pointing out.
So sorry, which time frame?
Go back to the time frame before this that she was on. Not this
5?
one. Maybe go 15. Maybe it was the 15.
Oh yeah, 15. Yeah.
Okay, yep, right here. If they can close above this, where that wick is,
Mhm.
if they can close above that, yeah, that is a long. That would be a
Okay.
long. Below this is the short.
Yeah. So we have this 62 cluster here. So I want to see a continuation, but as you can see from the open of this candle, it's still holding.
Mm.
So let's wait
It's hanging out. That's all I can say. These pairs, all three of them, they just hanging out right now.
I think.
I can't lie. I actually like all three of them for longs, but I like NQ the most for the long.
Here we go.
So
Now
it's
it's
interesting.
NQ.
Y'all don't trade. So Sam, you trade ES. Aymane, you trade NQ, but y'all don't. Neither one of y'all trade US 30 or the Dow.
I mean,
No. Me.
they're all the same, aren't they? Really, realistically.
They really are. They very close.
So you just pick one, whichever one you like, and then.
Michael, can you see Sam's camera? Because I see like he's.
No, I see Sam. I see him.
Okay. Oh, because I don't.
see it. You're right, actually.
Oh, it just went out. Yep, as you said that.
All right, I'm gonna leave the studio again.
I think something wrong with the stream today.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, some will be off the stream today. But yeah, I like these for the longs in a second. We'll see. I think I'm gonna grab one of these going long. I'll be honest. I think it's gonna be NQ. This one looks
long.
Yeah.
Just I want the 21. Oh, 18.
Actually, you know what?
And...
Actually, I'm wrong. I like the ES better because there's no. For me, there's no. Because there's
come on, Michael.
No EMA in a way.
Come on, Michael. I am trying to switch Sam from to join me, and you are saying this.
Look at this. Let me get the screen really quick so I can show you something real quick, Amy. And this is why I say this. Okay. I say this because of one major thing right now. And this is because for me, I see this 800 EMA in a way. So if I'm looking at ES, right, I just want to close above this, like where it's at right now. That's good. The 800 EMA is all the way up here. The 200 EMA is all the way up here, right? Same thing going US 30. 200 is all the way up here. 800 is all the way up here. Looks the same, damn near identical. But when we get to the NASDAQ 100, you see how close this is? The 800 right here, and 200 right here. I want this to be high. Just look at these. This is nearly the best one to me. This is enough space right here.
I'd agree, Michael. I mean, the ES is it's just a superior instrument to trade. You know?
Right? We can do something like this. This is a nice scout right here, y'all. Look at this. Right? Nice little boom.
Michael, if you're gonna take this trade, you're gonna get stopped out.
Wait a Hey, those are perfect words to tell somebody to discourage them from doing something. You know, I'm gonna start telling my daughter that, Mahalia, if you step on there, you're gonna get stopped out. That's a great phrase to say right there. If you do that, you're gonna get stopped out. You get stopped out. Like, oh, that sounds dangerous. I'm get stopped out. Yeah, I can't lie.
I'd say take the trade, Michael. Trust the ES. It's.
I gotta get this close. Let me see this close above this first. Let me see this close above this little area. And we can do a little something like this. Nice little 1 for 1. This will end up popping before the end of the session if this works out like this. This is a candlestick pattern for me. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and get this set up.
Wait, okay, my alert's gone off. Oh, all right. I might get into a short.
Okay, go ahead.
No, keep it. I still got to look at the footprint. I'm trying to sort everything out. Where are we?
It's going.
Let me see. Where is this?
I'll get my screen up quickly. Don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. So we're in that area.
It's about to do it. 87. It's 87.
I want to short it. 500 on the delta. That looks good. 20%. I want to see a bit of sellers come in. Come on. Light up red. Okay. I'm just going to enter. All right. I'm in a short position. Move out the way. I'm trying. Okay. I'm going to target these lows here. I have no idea. Let's have a look. Yeah, target back down to this gap here. So 15-minute chart, there was like a wick. By that wick. Oops, that's a 5-minute. Oh, I'm way off. I'm way off. It's actually down here. All right. That should be it. And then, oops, stop loss. Can't forget that. Stop is by the wick on 11:30. Wick on 11:30. It's 10:30 here. That's fine. Like that. All right, cool. Okay, same idea. So the other one, it blew through the gap, came back on the other side and retested it. I really hope it won't do the same on this one, but as you can see, here's that gap. Blew through, came back here to retest and continued. This gap better hold up. It better hold. It should do.
Robert said, "Don't do it, Michael." In NAS is better.
I need Robert here with us, so at least we are two. It's fair, 2 against 2.
Aymane, let me ask you, who is someone you really admire or look up to?
NASDAQ.
Who? No, a person, not an instrument. Could be like someone famous. No, I'm just curious. I'm interested.
Don't tell me.
It doesn't matter.
Sam, do not tell me that Bobby Axelrod trades as the NASDAQ.
It is funny because whoever Aymane was going to say, they happen to be trading the S&P 500. They're notorious for it. So.
Well, but Sam, let me ask you: did you ever try to trade NASDAQ for more than 3 months?
Well, no, not more than 3 months. No, there was a time I did actually trade the NASDAQ, like somewhat consistently, but I just found it was an inferior instrument. That's all I can say.
Inferior. No, actually, it's ES is more for, let's say, if someone is a little bit, let's say, slow, it's more for ES. NASDAQ is for.
It's funny you say that because I found that the NASDAQ was like riding with training wheels on a little bicycle with training wheels. And then the ES,
no, but
it was like a motorbike, you know.
but wait, let's ask Robert. Robert, you agree or not? NAS is a little bit for fast people, like they think fast.
It's hilarious to try to say this right now. It's hilarious. That training wheels.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Like, if someone comes to me and be like, Sam, I want to start trading, what do you recommend I do first? First thing I'll say
Euro
is
USD.
Open up an account, go straight to the NASDAQ. Just get the basics ready and you learn it on the NASDAQ. It's a very entry-level basic instrument to trade. You'll smash it on the NASDAQ, you know. It's well known. Every beginner makes a ton of money on the NASDAQ.
No, but actually it's true. Like ES, I mean ES is more easier for let's say beginners, because when you put your stop, you no matter what your stop were, you see 10 points. So you see your stop is really big, but it's just 10 points.
Oh man. This is the battle of the assets going on right now.
No, ES, you know somewhat I compare ES to?
God.
Euro USD.
Euro USD. Say that next time we're in a session with Howard.
You guys are hilarious for this right now.
Euro USD.
Oh dear.
If I get this in 2 minutes, I am about to take. What is this? I'm about to take. Hold on. What is this? 15 minutes. No, I'm about to take this S&P ES trade.
Yes.
In 2 minutes.
Top man, Michael.
Goes,
top man.
Yeah, if this goes, I'm about to take this in 2 minutes. This would be.
Michael,
I just want to see it close above. Let me see.
This is gonna be your most profitable trade you have ever made.
Let me see this close above this price right here. I am going to take this. I would want it to be more body than wick, by the way. But yeah, I do want this to close minimum above this price right here. Minimum.
Right. You know what, Michael? Even though I shorted the S&P just now and you want to buy it, I hope your trade goes so well. Just to prove that the S&P is real.
So you know what? I'm so confident.
I want to get stopped out.
My tip.
I want to get stopped out.
I want the S&P, the moment that candle closed, to shoot up so hard.
Yeah.
It hits your take profit within seconds.
Say, look, I'm so confident in this trade, I would transfer my pips to your account on this trade, okay? Let's see. This got 50 seconds on it. This is gonna do it. I'm about to take this. I am. Oh, maybe not. Oh. Let's see. All right. Hold on. Let me go to the NS real quick. Oh no. See, this is why I don't like this. It got this 800 right here. This is what I don't like. Yeah, I'm sticking to this one right here. This is the best one. Setup wise, they all look the same, but this is the best one. All right, we're like right here. I'm gonna just hit the button as soon as it closes. We got 15 seconds. Will this close above this price? Yes, it will. And then after that, it's gonna shoot to my take profit all the while stopping out Sim. And
I'm okay with being stopped out.
We're good. Boom.
I'm good with being stopped out. It's fine.
Let's see. This is good. Let's see where this goes. Let's see. Oh yeah,
Actually,
baby.
No, my take profit is near your stop loss. So no, yeah, I want to be stopped out. That's fine.
Look, this is a
Oh,
good
good.
candlestick pattern long right here. This is good. I'm gonna take this off because it's confusing a little bit. But yeah, this is candlestick wise. This is long. Let's see where this ends up in 15 minutes. I'm gonna close this probably before the session ends. I'm not gonna hold this, but still. Let's see where we end up at. Come on, give us a huge candle in like 10 minutes. It's Friday. Come on. They went against all our positions today. Let's see what we got.
So Michael, just for me to understand, so you got the confirmation on ES and you didn't get it on the NASDAQ.
No, the NASDAQ for
you
me.
should double check your indicator is not working.
Yeah, I mean the
Look at this.
NASDAQ.
Look at this. This got me already in profit just a little bit. No drawdown.
Look at that. Perfect. I hope you never hit drawdown, Michael.
You know what? That's a great wish to have for one of your friends, right? I hope you never experience any drawdown. Like,
yeah.
They're like saying,
you made the right choice.
Life is totally profitable.
If you entered in NAS right now, you'd be in big drawdown.
I'm out of NAS.
I'm not surprised. See.
Let's see where this goes. Let's see. This thing wants to push higher. Reason being is we got a candlestick pattern. Everybody, well, I can't say everybody, candlestick traders see this. Close above, close below, touch the price. This one didn't close above and we had some rejection on this candle, but this one did. Right? They want to go long on this right now. All right, guys, come on now. No need to have experience any drawdown. Let's go ahead and continue long here.
Oh.
What's annoying is that the S&P is going to disappoint one of us. I mean, we're in opposite positions. Yeah. Oh,
you know what it is? They got to retest this zone right here.
Yeah. You know which zone? Zone at 5,800.
Yeah, they got to retest
5,800.
Yeah, 12, like your stop. They will test it.
Yeah, they got to retest this zone and then go long. That's all. You know, nothing too major.
No, that's minor. You know, it has to allow other people who want to jump in as well. You know, so many people want to trade the S&P because it's a superior instrument. It has to come back a little bit just to allow those people to enter. You know, it's actually quite nice.
He said just a little bit.
It's a nice, courteous instrument. You know, it recognizes people are left behind. They want to get in. It comes back.
We got Robert just hit TP on his NAS long. Okay, Robert.
Robert, let's read some of your comments because you left quite a few and we haven't properly been looking at them. Right, let's start from the start. You got wrecked on NAS today. Robert, your first message, well, I got wrecked on NAS today. If you traded the S&P, that wouldn't have happened. I'm just saying. It ended up doing what I expected. Went up to yesterday's high. Looks like I didn't wait for the retest. Figured out I need to make sure I get sleep and get up on time because I jumped in. It was still set to copy trade, so it also hit my other account. Of course, I lost control on that account. I'm only supposed to trade one trade a day, and and I blew it instead of using the sacrifice account. Yeah, I do have the account it copy traded to, so that one is like it's on a 2-day loss streak. So not bad. I'll just trade 1 or 2 micros on that account for the next 2 weeks. Good idea. I did learn today it's way easier to lose control when I haven't slept and I'm half asleep. I owe Sam 100 push-ups for breaking the 1 trade a day rule on that account. Damn right. You gotta You owe me those push-ups. I'm going to trust that you will do them. I'm going to be buff by the end of the month.
That's hilarious.
Well, I won't be able to catch the end of the stream, but I get those push-ups done for the same on Tuesday. Hopefully I don't add to them during the weekend with my crypto accounts. Damn, Robert trades crypto on the weekend as well.
Man.
Whew, man. I think it's a good idea to have a couple of days break, Robert, man. If you're trading too much, you just get, I don't know. Oh, my TP's about to get hit.
But it's funny because
Okay,
I
let me
exit at
just
the
quickly
top,
get my screen up
and
because
then
my TP is about to get hit.
That means my stop loss about to get hit.
Right.
you see,
Dang, Aymane,
Well,
you jinxed
hopefully that doesn't happen.
Aymane jinxed me. He
My
told me
TP
before
is
we
almost
ended the
about to
trade.
get hit.
I just told you if you if you trade Euro USD, you are in profit now, and just if some maybe later can check the 6E, just
Let me just have a quick look to see whether it will actually hit my TP or if it's gonna play around. It's getting very close, but whoops, what's going on?
Oh,
I heard the alert go off that my TP was hit apparently. Oh no, it was a different alert. The alert for sign else. I don't like how it's hovering about near that because the TP is the low. It might not actually take out the low, but let me look at the footprint. It's all looking good. Depth of market's looking good. Surely the TP is about to get hit. Yeah. All right. Well, it touched it.
This is the
Just
only
the
other
spread.
level it can bounce off of right here.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Look at this, man. Look at this. It touched it, and then that's because the spread.
Yeah.
I think you should close this manually.
Wait. I'm holding. I'm learning to hold. It's an art. It's an art form.
It is. It's a whole nother skill set in the skill set.
Come on, it can do it this time. If it touches it and then rejects it, then I'll get out. I'll not cancel order. I've got to get out here. There we go. Come on, one more time. One little. Nah, it's out. All right, I'm out. TP technically hit. It will hit it now, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's typical. All right, but hopefully it up there. Now it hits it, but hopefully it does reverse really quickly. And Michael, your trade isn't stopped out, and then it continues.
That would be great.
That's
that would be great because otherwise, Aymane jinx has come true. He told me before we ended this trade.
I told you, Michael. And you know, Michael, if you traded the NAS, I would not let you take long there. I would tell you just wait. But you see, Sam, like he took shorts and he told you, okay, just it's okay long. And I hope it will. I hope it will go to your take profit. It's okay, Michael. You can still join me. You know,
it's going up. It's going up. Wait. Give it a second. Because the area where my TP was at is a gap in volume. It might actually reject. Michael, you might be all right. It's just like I said. It's hopefully
Michael,
it actually holds.
The door is still open.
Yeah, it's hitting kind of hard. Funny enough, it's actually
Robert goes.
It's hilarious.
Thank you, Robert. I was trying to protect you.
Robert said, see, that's why Michael is trading ES right now, because he's wanting to touch his toe in first, but we'll switch to NAS later once he gets more comfortable. I think it's the opposite. You know, I think Michael being a professional trader with decades of trading experience under his belt, maybe not decades, but
wow, look at this. This thing came right off your level when it's all the way up here.
You know, there are if you Google Michael there's images of him next to George Soros. He actually taught George Soros how to trade. You know,
It's
so
true. The trade of the century.
the ES is
I was in it there.
only for the highest of the high. You know, the most professional among us trade the ES.
Absolutely hilarious.
You know, Aymane and Robert are probably more familiar with NAS because, you know, they watch these fake guru people on YouTube, you know, these fake traders who trade the NAS, you know,
This
not the
all
real
in.
professional one.
You saw, Sam, Michael, you saw those videos like they enter like 1,000 position on the NAS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they get margin call, like margin call. And you see their MT4 and MT5, like it's red. And they are trading the NFP. They are all using the
Those
NAS.
videos are hilarious.
Yes, yeah.
Michael, check out ES. You'll be very happy.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I got it on my big screen.
What did I tell you? It went. See how nice it is. It gave me my money, and now it's going back and going to give Michael
last
his money.
chance to get out, Michael. It's a
Dude,
last
Would
chance.
NAS do that?
It is.
Would NAS have done that?
You know what? He's showing everybody some love right now. Look at this. This is amazing.
But they give you a last chance to exit, actually.
Oh,
Look at that.
I'm about to
Beautiful.
believe in a second, Aymane. You was right about getting in here, damn it.
Yeah. So just
Let's
trust
see,
me.
we got 3 minutes on here. Let's see.
Michael,
on,
the
Igor.
ES is so stable. You can hold this over the weekend and
No.
Monday when the market's
Trust me.
closed as well.
Yeah.
You come back Tuesday, it'll be fine. Don't worry. That's how
Yeah.
stable it
Michael.
is.
Okay, whatever. It's your call. But it's your
I'm
last chance
I'm gonna
before.
wake up on Tuesday morning and we hit take profit.
I mean,
No,
personally,
you
I would have put 10% on that trade because that's how much confidence I have in the ES.
Say,
Yep.
look, this is how it goes. Oh
Just
man, you guys are freaking
please,
hilarious.
Michael,
Hilarious.
compare ES with Euro USD and tell me if you see the difference.
Let me see. If
And
this
actually, if you took buy on Euro USD, you will be profitable. You will be in profit.
Oh, you know what? This thing is right here. This thing is about to close up. I'm about to close this thing with a small loss.
Mike,
That's what I'm about to do.
don't close it, Michael. Hold on. I can see on the footprint. It is looking amazing. It's all about. All right, maybe you should close. Actually, it's coming in quite hard.
All right, I'm closing this trade. I'm done with this. I'm out of
Robert, we
ES.
win.
I'm out of ES.
I'm pretty sure NAS did the exact same thing anyway. So
It did.
the NAS just copies the ES. Let's put it that way. You know.
It's hilarious. You guys
Yeah.
are freaking hilarious. This is actually my favorite session with you guys. There's always so many laughs. I swear my head be hurting sometimes.
Same. Like we don't feel the time. Like 1 hour 30, like it's passed really fast.
I know.
Yeah.
It went quick. I didn't even realize it's already almost time now. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that was a good
I
session.
hope they still put us together, y'all.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure they
yeah.
will. I'm sure they will. We've kind of formed I don't know. We're like
Dream
used
team.
to our like a little team. So
Yeah.
it works well. But yeah,
Very
Aymane, Michael, that was a very good session.
Yes. As
Robert,
always.
Thank you for tuning in as always. You're always here. Yeah, weekend and then Monday. I don't think we got any live streams Monday. We shouldn't do at least, but maybe I don't know.
No, I don't think we
will.
do. I think we
No.
come back Tuesday.
Cool.
Tuesday.
All right. Well, have a good weekend, guys.
Yeah.
See
Well, I'll
all
see you guys on
Tuesday.
Wednesday because Tuesdays we don't see each other, but Wednesday, Thursday,
Ah.
Friday we will.
And Michael, I'll see you
Sure.
Wednesday. Aymane, Tuesday, I'll see you. And
Tuesday.
Robert, we'll see you Tuesday as well.
All right, guys.
All
Have
right.
a good weekend.
Take care.
Take care.
All right.